I am so sorry about that, my lovely senators and inductees. Well, I'll explain in a second, but I do hope we all had a wonderful, wonderful weekend, and even extended weekend, and I do hope we're all well in body and mind, and that we all enjoy our state. Greetings to you as well, Mr. Jace. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. I trust you had a wonderful remainder of your weekend. Before we well and truly begin, let me go ahead and get us to those membership placards. There we go. That's much better. If you guys want your names on these placards, which I do read at the start of each and every stream, normally, as a way to say thank you. All you have to do is purchase or maintain a Twitch membership, a coffee membership, and or make a one-time donation of $2 or more, and through Coffee or Stream Elements or similar mediums, and I'm sorry. And you'll have your names on this list. I read these as a way to say thank you for people who donate money to me because they like my work or like me as a person. Take your pick. Let's go ahead and get that over with, because I know you guys have been sitting here for at least 5+ minutes. Thank you to Mr. Ballshack for continuing to maintain their 6-month allotment of a Twitch membership. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of that membership, good sir. Please do enjoy, or I'm sorry, I would also like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for his continued patronage with over on Coffee. I'm really, really, really thankful for that. I really, truly mean that. Thank you so incredibly much. Please do enjoy the benefits of your membership. I am looking to get the first long form video on the Let's Play channel out the door sometime, I would say, this weekend. If I could get that out on Saturday, that would probably be pretty good. That said, that's just how I'm thinking of making sure you guys are getting your full benefits. But yes, please do enjoy that. And while I don't have any one-off contributors this month, I would like to thank people who have made a donation in the past. Your contributions really do mean the world to me, regardless of where they came from. I want people to know that. Mr. Jason says, any amount of minutes is a good time with you, good sir. I appreciate that. Mr. Jason says, at some point, good sir, Marioma is going to pop in and say hi, but at some point, I've checked in with Jen, and she's going to raid into you at some point. Thank you. That's awesome. I'll make sure I try to pay the way forward with that. That said, let's go ahead and get started, shall we? They got a snowfield to work our way through. Let me just double check audio, make sure that's working like I think it is. Mr. Jason says we can only hope that it's not during a battle, eh, good sir? Yeah, that would be ideal. That would be ideal. But if it can't be helped, it can't be helped. You know, I hope they enjoy the spectacle of that. Did we not? Or I believe we already cleared out. No, we did not. Oh, no, yes, we did. Okay. All right. So now we need to head this way. So I had an okay weekend. We're now officially less than 2 weeks away from September. Yeah, you're right about that. That'll be only about 1 month out before Halloween time, at least for us here in the States. The only thing I could think of that would even be close to what people elsewhere might consider would be like All Saints Day or Old Hallows Eve, depending on what you believe in. Last time on our in our last session through Elden Ring Reforged, we killed quite a few bosses. We did have some trouble with a red wolf out in this general area, and we had some trouble with a couple of other splits, but overall, like the Deathrite bird and the putrid avatar were pretty great splits as compensation. Our goal today is going to be, if I can help it, I'd like to get to this area today. Mr. Jason says, I believe in Mr. Coin, the good sir. I appreciate that. Hopefully not at the deific level. I don't think I could handle that, but I do appreciate your faith in me, good sir. So this town right here, this big old city, do you guys remember how I said we were going to have to find... We were joking about finding the Albinoric women?
Find the Albinoric woman. Find the Albinoric woman.
Well, guess what? The Albinoric women are here. They sit on top of the roofs. They ride giant wolves. And there are invisible black knife assassins. Oh yeah, I nearly forgot to say, this is an all-female town. There is not a single male anything here. Black knife assassins who are female, and Albinoric women guard this town. It is bad. This place is really bad, and there's a puzzle on top of that. Mr. Jason says, oh, definitely not at that level, good sir. Only I sit there as a troll creator, although I can't believe in myself. Yeah, otherwise you would just be a human being and that claims to be a troll level creator, right? Mr. Jason says, Gerudo Fortress Elden Ring Edition. Yes, basically it's that. Gerudo Fortress Elden Ring Edition. Although actually it would be more fair to call... I know that Gerudo Fortress is on the nose. It's a bit more on the nose. But it would be more apt to compare this to the Pirate's Fortress from Majora's Mask. Because you have to fight saucy ladies. You have to fight more of them. What if you had to fight every Gerudo? That would kind of be what this place is. However, we're not going to get there by jibber-jabbering all about it now, are we? So while I am here, I want to apologize for it yesterday. That was... I had a particularly not great conversation with a relative who showed up, and it's my choice. I'm the one that elected to take the conversation that way. But when I did, it put me in a bad mood. It put me in a real bad brooding mood, thinking really bad thoughts. I did not want to subject the stream to that, so I'm like, hey, I'm just gonna lie low and maybe think about not doing that. I appreciate the latitude. I don't like taking days like that too often. So I need to be a lot more cogent and careful with my own mental health. I need to not tax it, because every day that I spend, not streaming to you guys is a day that A, I don't get paid, and B, I know you guys miss the content too. I know that to be the case. Oh yeah, I need to probably head back and like replace the spells we were using. Mr. Jason says, indeed, you don't get paid. I mean, I get a little bit of tiny money during the month from, or as importantly, glazed. That you too true, good sir. Too true. Yeah, I don't get as many compliments either, and I like having those. We're going to just... I don't know what to pack here quite yet, so I'm having issues. That's probably because I'm ordering them wrong. Let's see. Flame fall upon them. Rain of fire. Frenzied burst. Let's see what else. And then probably a bunch of buffs is what I would do here. So let's see. I'm looking for Golden Vow and Blessing of the Erd Tree. Yep, that'll do it. That's what our tip, maybe plus or minus one spell, and that's kind of what our allotment looked like before dealing with the putrid avatar. Time will tell if we're doing this right. But I hope you guys had a good weekend. I had an okay weekend, or okay remainder to my weekend is what I should say. I basically woke up, went to the gym, and then played dominoes with my folks. And then I slept. Yeah, that's in large part what well, okay, the dominoes I did yesterday, but what I'm trying to say is that my Sunday was relatively uneventful, and my Monday, well, you guys already know about that, so. You gonna do it? All right, that's what I thought. Okay, let me fix something. There we go. I don't think I was watching the audio. I don't think you guys heard any of that. But the TV that I used to, it's not a TV. The computer monitor I was using, or that I was using just now in order to game with, also plays sound out of it. And I was worried that that the sound from that would play back into the TV, or into the monitor, excuse me. Okay, that's the small ones. Do we have the big ones? And I'm not sure the big ones will crush it. What I could try is to see if the Serpent Hunter ought to do it. Are you serious? That's awful. I definitely feel like some arts should allow you the ability to break these things on your own. Oh well. Mr. Jason says that issue is happening again. That is strange, good sir. You really should monitor that issue. Hardy har har. There we go. I have incremented the right count. I will get on top of those jokes and puns, you know, at some point. All of our stuff is archived on YouTube, so I can go back and fix that. It's just, well, I've been busy. And when I haven't been busy, I've been tired, and I apologize about that. There we go. There's that third bleed out. We also have a random land octopi for whatever reason. A random 2 of them, as a matter of fact. I think this is what they intend for us to use in order to break that statue. All right, wait. All right, let's go, big guy. Let's lead you back over this way. And if I tag them, although I have to be like a certain distance away, or they won't bother doing any of that. We sadly had another leave today, good sir. I saw it was like a 1 year, so like someone had been there for like about a year, and there they left. I need them to jump. Or I can just get them to do that. That also works. So I don't think this is best discussed on camera. I think I want to have that discussion, you know, between ourselves in the lounge, good sir. But I do have some news regarding the regarding like Twitch teams, like all my research into that. And before I finish my proposal, I do need to know 1 or 2 things regarding that. And that's going to kind of determine if our whole proposal can even go through at all, or if, you know, our journey is just going to end right there at the research stage. I think that particular land octopode, is guarding a rune piece. And then otherwise, you know, assuming that we get past like this research stage, we can kindly advance some of the rest of what we're looking to do. Yeah, go ahead and nibble your arm off like once or twice. Yeah, that's that. The fact that you're doing that, Sir Octopode, it ain't gonna matter much. Although I say that, but they, well, so here's like an interesting like thought question. So, octopodes or octopi, depending on how you want to say it, but octopus isn't Latin, so I believe it's actually Greek. And so, or the origin of the word is Greek. So the correct plural would be octopodes. So, like, octopodes are gendered, right? Like, there are male and there are female ones, with the females being slightly bigger. What do you suppose? Do we any of us suppose that these things are gendered the same way? Because they do drop ovaries after you kill them. It's one of those weird, like, pseudo biological questions I've always thought of. Sir Jason says, as I say, good sir, if people leave the TCC, they leave. That's perfectly fine, and I don't mind. But my stance is that I won't invite them back unless their leave was an error. And if they leave it a second time, it is near to impossible, good sir, for a second leave to be accidental. You right? Oh, you probably right. You know, like, something happening twice is like the pattern stage, right? Yeah, I kind of wouldn't buy that the second time is an accident either. You know, unless the... I should say, there are probably some cases where I would believe the story, but more often than not, I simply don't know if I would fully buy 2 times being an accident. Okay, my lovely senators, my audience, my lovely audience. So, this is where the overlay comes back. So if you guys see this with an overlay labeled locked in on the screen in front of my webcam, that means it is boss time. Elden Ring is hard, and I have to focus on hard bosses. Never mind, you know, the restrictions and other stuff I'm doing. So I will entertain people that come in. I will greet them if they come in. I will greet a first-time chatter as well. I will try to entertain them. I will try to entertain any raiders that come in from other streams. And I'll also say goodbye to people that are taking their leave. But other than, like, those 4 instances, I generally don't talk during boss fights because they take a lot of my concentration. And that's kind of part of the challenge run experience. Lots of streamers lock in and don't talk to people during the runs like this or during routing like this. They don't do it. That said, hopefully this attempt will only take but a moment or 2, and we will know right away what our weak points that we need to work on are. And with that, wish me luck if you want to. Otherwise, I'm gonna get to work, and I will see you guys in but a moment. Easy. Thank you for the GGs. Let me catch back up with chat here. Mr. Jason says, with the TCC, I want to step away from the boys club and all, but I want to hold that prestige. Plus, good sir, if I said, yep, unlimited invites, it is going to eventually become really annoying to have to copy and paste a code. And also, since I've removed my number from Twitch, I can no longer use whispers. So that is one avenue that is no longer available. So that's why I say one invite or second if you left an error. Fair. Fair. Which reminds me, good sir, months ago now, one of the Troll Castle legends left, which was kind of strange. Sure, they remembered for what they did, but they no longer have no kind of tie to the TCC materialistically. In the sense that, you know, like their accomplishments don't, like, it's because the TCC has sort of moved on from the SMM scene. Like what they did kind of means less contextually. I just want to make sure I understood about the last couple of sentences there. That's all. Okay. So our lovely friend Theodorix is guarding the archery challenges. We do need to make sure we're doing them all at some point, but I have not yet handled how I want to go about that. I need to consult with someone who knows the hitless rules and knows where Elden Ring Reforged mechanics would fall inside of those rules. Nice, we got another smithing stone. I'll take it. And then this next spot we need to go to is right here. Two bosses, one right next to the other. That's one of my personal favorite things. Cave of the Forlorn. I remember this place being AIDS to, like, crawl through. Of course, maybe our new spells will make that better, but I still don't particularly think we're gonna hold out well. I probably want a something for frostbite. Yeah, I probably want something for frostbite, and that means the Lord's Aid. That'll help us out a lot. And I guess we can also add I guess we can also add something like not lucidity. Well, unseen form doesn't really mean much. And I doubt Top's barrier means anything either. This might be a bestial vitality angle. Mr. Jason says they, when holding an account within the TCC, could be intrinsically linked to what they accomplished, and that still stays with them even though they had left. But now that they have left, they, as seen as the client information register, have forfeited any roles that they had. Now they are gone. All they have is their VODs if they put them on YouTube, like first Super World Champion Complex David and Super World Champion Ovengard did. But if their VODs are gone, they don't have anything to show. I see. So you're saying they effectively wasted their time and they have nothing to show except their own words. And it's hard to believe people already in today's age. Never mind people, you know, taking folks at their word when they have no proof. I might have to go get a drink here in a second, but Let's go. So our fine friend, the frozen dragon, say that 5 times. Oh no, that's right, I'm forgetting. There's like jellyfish down there. Welcome in BC NNNY. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. I'm doing all right. We are working on routing a future challenge run is what we are doing. That means we're scouting the game and we're trying to figure out where our difficulties and struggles are going to be before we before we do the real run. If and you don't mind my asking, how familiar with the concept of challenge runs are you? Or how familiar with Elden Ring Reforged are you? Because that's where we're doing the challenge run at. Just curious. I always like to ask my audience, whether they're familiar with what we're doing on the screen. It gives us something to talk about. If you're familiar, we could skip all that and talk about other stuff. And if not, well, Mr. Jason says, indeed, it has become a them versus the official organization, and we have, or can create, all of the PR that we need. Mr. Jason is right. We're having a kind of a vague, let's call it a intellectual discussion about organizational business. Let's call it that. BCNNY says, I don't know anything. It just looks cool. That's perfectly fine. And I could talk for a second about Elden Ring Reforged. Elden Ring Reforged is a mod of Elden Ring. It modifies the way that the base game, that being Elden Ring, works. Are those? What are those? I appreciate the flattery, Mr. Jason. I do. I feel like those are like the rot things. Oh no, these are misbegotten. That's what they are. Right. That makes some sense. Like I was saying, we're playing a modification of Elden Ring. It's considered an overhaul mod for Elden Ring. It changes like over 100,000 different little things, ranging everything from lighting to like textures, to new mechanics, the way that stats work, all of it. If you want more information, because there are way too many changes to talk about, feel free to type in !ER-wiki into the chat. For you guys on YouTube, I think you can do the same thing with an asterisk, but I digress. And then if you want to check out the Reforged mod for yourself, you're more than welcome to go check out the Nexus mods to grab that mod. We're on version 2.2.9.6 as of right now. We have raid nights. I should say the Elden Ring Reforged community, there we go, has PvP nights, PvP competitions every so often, and they also have something new they've been doing is raid nights, where they will literally play with about 18 people at once. Yeah, there was like an 18-man, or an 18-person, oh, I'm forgetting some of the fights already. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what, but I do know that this is like the second week where raid night has happened. So if you're looking for a really wonderful, awesome community, please also feel free to check out the Elden Ring Reforged Discord. !ERD if you want to join that. That community there is pretty awesome. And thank you for the assist on all of those links. Let's see. BCNNNY says, I love mods. That's great. I'm glad you like mods. Then if you play action RPGs like Elden Ring, give this one a try. I think you'll probably really like it. And then we're saying, I see that there. Oh, Mr. Jason is joking about mods because he is a moderator of mine. He's making puns about the word moderator. That's what the confusion is. Sorry. I wanted to make sure I cleared that up. Mr. Jason says, Coinstamp has some of the most amazing mods. Someone even found him. Yes, Mr. Jason, that is correct. You did find me after all. Yeah, we're a community of jokesters. If and you don't know that, BCNNNY. We tell all kinds of jokes here. Dad jokes, popsicle stick. Wow, my own speech could be considered a joke today. Popsicle stick jokes, tiny bit of respectable, non-terms of service violating, dark humor, and some other things. So that's the sort of community we've cultivated over the last 2 years, I would say. So if you like telling jokes, or you can laugh at a good joke, then I think you'll enjoy your time here. Oh, listen to that sound of refreshing rain. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, my lovely senators. Welcome on in, beautiful raiders from Gen streams. Oh, I hope that everyone from that stream, as well as Gen herself, is doing absolutely fantastic. How was the stream? What were you streaming? I hope that all went according to plan. And welcome on in, Marioma. Good to see you here too. For those of you that don't know, hi, my name is Coinstamp. I usually call myself Coin for short. And welcome on into my channel. I am normally a variety streamer. So RPGs and action adventure, action platformer games of most stripes I will at least have played in some capacity. But when I'm not doing that, like right now, I am in my challenge run arc. Which means I'm playing a game, and my whole point, or the whole point of doing it, is to see if I can beat the game under certain conditions. Hence the stream title. Jen says, hello, I was streaming Pokopia. Awesome. So a little bit of a change of pace. Happy to be here. Oh, what change of pace from what? You have me intrigued. I've heard some okay things about Pokopia. The important thing is that people like it. It's the most important part. Mr. Jason says, Jen was streaming the game that I refused to play because it was released as a game key card. Ah, right. Pokopia was one of those. That makes sense. Since Pokemon Pokopia is in Kanto, Mr. Coin, you could say that it is Generation 1. Hardy har har. We also tell jokes here too. If you want a place to dump off your otherwise unwanted dad jokes, your popsicle stick jokes, your nerdy, witty, geeky humor, or a bit of appropriate but otherwise dark humor, you're more than welcome to do that here too. We have a little counter underneath my webcam here that keeps track of the number of jokes and puns we have during the given week. Between a couple of my regulars, we've managed to get it up to 116. So people can spin quite the number of jokes when they put their minds to it. Right, I need to be heading this way. But, let's see, let me make sure I've not, missed a statement. Okay. But I'm otherwise glad that, was the change of pace at least, enjoyable, Jen? If you don't mind my asking? I sure hope so, because otherwise, you know, that's just asking to set yourself up with a torture session, right? I'm sure the audience at least had a good time. But I guess, yeah, for those that don't know too much about me, yeah, the channel is basically my home away from home. So if you guys want to see action RPGs, or you guys want to stick around for the challenge run process, you're more than welcome. I do both. We are not challenge running yet. For those that want to know what we're doing, we're not challenge running yet, but we will be eventually challenge running. Thank you for that redemption, Marioma. Everyone is more than welcome to use the channel point rewards once they've earned the points for it. If you ever need a good then I've got Marioma just used the perfect redeem for such a case. Like I was saying, I need to be really careful and make sure I don't mess something up. That is true, Marioma. You often don't forget to press that. It's a good wake-up button. But we are routing, which means we are scouting what we are going to be doing for later. And we are playing through Elden Ring Reforged, a mod for Elden Ring. And then we are trying to beat it Deathless, which I've failed by hundreds of deaths already. Deathless, to do as much content as we can, all the content, hence the word all content. And then I'm only allowed to use utility spells or fire spells for getting rid of the bosses. I'm only allowed those. I have to follow the restrictions, and I'm only allowed to do certain things to obtain my kills. So that's pretty much the challenge run in a nutshell, and our goal is to die as little as possible inside of Elden Ring Reforged. It's a fun time. It's a fun time. Mr. Jason says, speaking of homes, some stately homes have halls, and Mr. Coin has hallowed halls, and then connected to those halls are a lot of corridors, offices, and boardrooms, as it is connected to the TCC. That is true, good sir. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Mr. Jason says, so fire spells and the other ones are the only ones that you can utilize, eh, good sir? Yeah, that is true. That is true. We're only allowed those two things. I'm allowed to use other items as long as I don't attack with them, or as long as their primary purpose is only to, say, inflict a status. If I need to inflict a status on something, I'm allowed to make sleep pots. But in general, I want to be doing that as little as possible. That loud thunder strike that you guys just heard was my 5-minute warning sound for the commercial break. So in about 5 minutes, or 4 minutes rather, there will be a timer that appears on your screen to indicate how long the ad break lasts and when it starts. And during that time, I'll be playing ads on Twitch. I encourage everyone to get up with me and take a stretch break together so that you don't miss any of the wonderful content that we're making together. I structure this way so that those that don't have ad blockers or won't get them for whatever reason or don't have a subscription aren't like burned out by missing stuff through ads. I don't like that. I think that's a really bad experience. So I try to mitigate that however I can. And walking away when the ads are up just makes them pass faster and more painlessly. But that said, you know, don't let me be the keeper of your time. Spend it however you wish. Once the timer has finished ticking down and the ads are over, I will have returned to my seat and the break will be finished. We'll pick right back up where we left off. It really just is that simple. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, in some parts of the UK, some people sadly lost their homes to the heat with fires. I heard. That's awful. I'm sorry you guys are dealing with wildfires. I know a lot of Europe is dealing with that right now. It really stinks. Mr. Jason says, while not overly political, we have our 7 millionth Prime Minister in the UK now. Andy Burnham. Yeah, I've heard about him. And he has, in less than his first month in office, scrapped a controversial digital ID scheme and put the money towards helping the winter energy bills, and as of the 1st of April next year has extended the disabled travel pass scheme to where people were restricted to 9:30 a.m. To 10:59 p.m. all day. Wait, so you guys have a curfew? Or... oh no, wait, no. Disabled travel pass, that means for people with physical or mental health struggles. Gotcha. Oh, so I just want to make sure I understand this. So they're only allowed to use like public transit during certain hours, is that right? Yeah, that's to encourage them to go out more. That's fair. That's fair. There's nothing wrong with that. Mr. Jason says it is usually 9:30 a.m. to 10:59 p.m. Yeah, that makes sense. So next April it'll be all day. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. That no more you know, time-based traveling restrictions. Can't it's hard to have a complaint about that. In less than 60 seconds, we will be taking that commercial break I mentioned earlier. So just warning, as a warning, it's going to come up real soon. I will do my best to shepherd Jen's flock as we do this. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me so far today. You guys have been awesome. We're going to be working real hard to make the next 5 hours very, very special. Mr. Jason says, I know that well, I'll have to read that when we come back from the break. See you guys then. Thanks. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Jason. So that whole explanation was meaningless. I was just fixing the camera. There we go. That's better. I trust we all had a wonderful commercial break. Mr. Jason says, here's the news article. Oh boy. Oh, nice. Okay. Hey, look, if there were reasons to like Andy Burnham, this is one of them. So I hope people are pleased with their new PM, at least for the moment. Mr. Jason says, I don't think that camera needs fixing, good sir. It has captured a dapper gentleman. Thank you. I appreciate the flattery, good sir. I truly do. Are we ready to get back into it? I should say in maybe about 5-ish minutes, I'll need to go back and finish making my cup of coffee. Because I managed to get that process started on break, but I couldn't finish. So I will need to step away and do that. But otherwise... Uh-oh. That was really, really bad. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, I know that I was over-exaggerating, but with the 7 millionth Prime Minister, but damn, it sure feels like it. I know, right? Yeah, you guys have gone through quite a few in the... What, you guys have actually gone through... what, 7 in the decade? In, like, this decade? Is that right? Because you have, like... No. I'm rolling together, like, COVID times stuff together. Because you had... The last one I remember was Boris Johnson. Then you had Rishi Sunak. Then you had some nondescript prime minister that I've forgotten about. Then you had Keir Starmer. And then you had this guy, right? And then there's like a couple more that I'm forgetting. I am pretty sure this is how you're supposed to get this. That is a diabolical rune piece to, like, try to access. Oh, yeah. One thing that is really neat about Reforged is there are these collectibles called rune pieces, and they are used to help purchase binding runes. These are like a side leveling system, basically. And you need 10 or 25 of them in order to pump up some statistic, some parameter. This is really hard. Yeah, I just ended up queuing a bunch of actions together. I'm gonna try a few times, but I think the correct call is to, like, skip this. Okay, so what? You, like... You're supposed to, like, I guess you jump up there, and then you can, like, jump on the slope. Mr. Jason says, since 2016, 6, including Andy Burnham, good sir. Theresa May, Boris Johnson.
Off the table. Don't slouch.
Thank you for that redemption, Marioma. I will endeavor to do that for the next few minutes. Thank you so much for that. We had Boris Johnson, Liz Truss. That was the one of the ones I couldn't think of. Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak, and then Keir Starmer. Yep. So not 7, but pretty darn close. Like, trying to jump up this is really hard. Yeah, I'm not sure how you get that. I think the correct answer is you don't. We skip this. I don't even bother to get it. Mr. Jason says, but I know one thing. We may have had a 6, but we haven't had a 47 or 45. Yeah, I know. Tangerine Palpatine is just kind of flailing his arms, you know, hoping that something will stick. Got to be extra careful here. Ugh.
Farewell.
Marioma says, okay, time for me to go. Bye. Very well, Marioma. Thank you so incredibly much for stopping by. It was good to see you for you know, for whatever time you could be here. You've been awesome. I hope I get to see you again sooner rather than later. But otherwise, please do stay safe out there. And especially if I don't get to see you again, take care of yourself out there. World's a dark, dangerous place. And it does not care how young or old you are. It doesn't care how big or how small. It does not care if you're a man, woman, or something else. It doesn't care whether you love the opposite sex, the same sex, or any sex. And it also doesn't matter what your skin color is or whether you're neurologically wired the same as everyone else. This world will chew you up and spit you out if you're not careful. So I always want people to stay safe. Yeah, there's got to be some way to retrieve that, and I just don't know what it is. I'm sorry, Mr. Jason says, I just accidentally knocked all of my Super Mario Nintendo Switch games over, and they were all in release date order. The problems of a Nintendo collector, they are a problem indeed. I trust you'll be able to get that in, you know, working order for yourself sooner rather than later. I know that probably had to suck. Yeah, there's just no shot I'm getting that rune piece. We gotta, like, move on here. Okay, so then we had... you can actually get lost in quite a couple of different directions in here. Quite a couple different directions. There's one right here, actually. I'm willing to bet this is the drop-off right here. It's gonna, like... Oh, hello. Rune piece. Yay! Consolation prize! We get the pity rune piece, people. Isn't that just lovely? Okay, drop down. I heard something. It is a jellyfish. Well, if the game is pitting jellies against me, I don't think they're gonna do real well. I'm gonna be real honest with you, video game. They are not gonna go over real well. Okay, there's like at least another one. And what I'm kind of trying to do here is position myself so I'm not really I'm not being attacked by a bunch of jellies. Because you know, one at a time, they're not really a challenge, but like 3, 4 or more of them, you can get into a lot of trouble. Because they can all, like, desync their, like, poison shots. And then all of a sudden, you know, you've just died due to poison. Or the direct damage shots don't kill you, but only a couple ticks of poison required to get you. And that's not good. No one likes that at all. Okay, we're just going to just kind of see if I can't push that jelly back, and then we can get the other one. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Oh yeah. So this is, for those that need context for where we are, this foot here belongs to a petrified dragon. Or a frozen dragon, I should say. And that frozen dragon means we're back at the entrance. We're right underneath where the entrance is. But we gotta drop down. Not too difficult. Any illusory wall? No, I didn't think so. Alrighty. Now, for those coming in from, you know, Jen's stream, I do focus during boss fights, which I'll explain again right here, since we do have fresh faces. So whenever you see this, if you look at your top right-hand corner, where there's a overlay on top of my webcam, that means I'm locked in. I don't talk much when this is up. So I'll greet new people coming in. I'll greet first-time chatters. I will say hello to people that are saying hello. If there are new raiders, I will, of course, try to entertain them. Or if people are saying farewell, I say goodbye. Other than, like, those four-ish different instances, my mouth is shut. Because I don't want to die to boss fight. Because boss fight is rough. Mr. Jason says, I have my meal for tonight, good sir. Sweet and sour chicken with rice. That sounds good. I could go for some sweet and sour chicken with rice. I had spiced pork chops with corn and rice and gravy yesterday. And by spiced, I mean the pork chops were battered in, or not battered, but they were coated in a Frank's Red hot sauce. Mr. Jason says a non-chlorinated chicken too, good sir. Yes, that's probably the best part, is non-chlorinated chicken. You know, just regularly processed chicken. There we go. That's a little bit better. I felt a little too low in the webcam. I'm trying to get out of this country. It is such a hellhole. All it would take is for the US to suddenly not be reserve currency anymore, and pop. Maybe not right this second, but give it about 6 months and a billion people will just drop like they're flies. Just like that. My dad and I were talking about it just yesterday. He's on one side of the political aisle and I'm basically almost right on the other, and you know, that's the type of stuff that keeps me up at night. Is all it would take is for something to just go, and all of a sudden everyone's dropping. The people that needed their meds to survive, they're gone. The people that were on food stamps, they're gone. The people that were already kind of on the way out the door, they're gone. Like it would end only when the population had sufficient time to adapt to it. Mr. Jason says, you could never truly feel low when I'm glazing you, good sir. I appreciate that. I needed that. That said, it is time for us to, you know, get to work on this boss and not on politics. Although this is we are an open channel. We're open to talking politics. Just, you know, keep things respectful and reasonable, and more importantly, don't violate terms of service. Like, don't be an ist, don't be a phobe. That's all I ask. Just don't make me have to, you know, put on my Amazon representative hat any more than I already have to. Just be a decent human being. But I'll see you on the other side, my wonderful, wonderful audience. Yeah, that didn't take long. He was right in my face. And that'll be one death. Of course, I'm going back to the stake. Mr. Jason says, "Hi, my name is Mr. Coin, and I am your Amazon associate for today. How may I help you?" Hi, yes, I am your local, governor, and I am here to let you know that your days as an Amazon representative are numbered. Sir or ma'am, this is an Amazon. This is not a bully pulpit. Please submit that sort of information via email. Or you can call my personal line off hours if you need to talk to me specifically in private. Have a good rest of your day, local governor 559 that I made up in my head just now. But let's change up our gear a little bit and see if just a simple gear switch will solve a lot of our problems. Let's also, we don't need this anymore. Mr. Jason says, "I love advent calendars, as you know, good sir, but they are losing their popularity. Their days are numbered." That is true, good sir. Their days are very numbered. I get the feeling that if a lot of things go the way of AI and, surveillance states, that we are just going to end up with lots of things not being made because the government needs every resource it can get. And your dinky little stream or your afternoon tea or your walks in the park are consuming too many resources. Mr. Jason says, "I sure can't wait for the advent calendars that have AI art. I never want to see them. I know you don't either." That cursed timeline. Just no AI. It's poison. It's pure poison. Let's try this again, shall we? Well, that was easy. And we're just in time for a level up, too. We're actually done with this. So we gotta finish exploring the rest of, like, this, like, top shelf area, but then after that, we should actually be pretty good to go. Mr. Jason says, at least my hotel chocolate will remain real, especially for the price that they charge. That too true, good sir. Here's to hoping we don't have a shadow run where, you know, the price of Turkish coffee is, quote, 10 times the price of the synthetic stuff. For those that don't know what Shadowrun is, that is a tabletop role-playing game system where the world wakes up to roughly about half the population becoming metahumans, orcs, trolls, elves, and dwarves. At the very least, and there may be a few others. But the system takes place in, you know, the modern day like globe around the world, but a lot of it takes place in like Seattle or Detroit or other like typical American places, but you could set it anywhere around the world. Let me also set this. And in that game, or in that system, I should say, everything is synthetic or fake. Everything. And you often play the role of someone who has managed to fall from or escape from the corporate world. And you're meant to do the things that no one else will do. You're kind of the outcast of society. I quite like Shadowrun. I've never actually played it. I've played digital Shadowrun, but I've never actually played real Shadowrun. I would like to play the real version sometime. I think that would be fun. Your dice rolls can explode. If you roll a 20, you can keep rolling die until you stop rolling 20s. Exploding criticals is what they're called. It's really, really fun. Really fun. Mr. Jason says, at least my... I'm sorry. Speaking of advent calendars, good sir, I have allocated 90 pounds for advent calendars for myself, friends, and family. And my hotel chocolate 40% milk chocolate advent calendar is 15 pounds. And that means that mine is 15% of the budget. Ah, but what about the other 85%? Is that going to be everyone else's advent calendar? Or is everyone else going to pale in comparison? Very well, Mr. Jason. I figured that would probably be a yes, but... Uh-oh. Well, part of my, like, folding table just broke. I hope that's not gonna cause an issue. I'll have to figure out if it's reversible later. Sir Jason says, mine is the most expensive. Are all the rest cheaper? Surely there are probably more expensive ones. Right. Before I forget, let me go and get that all-important drink. I will be right back. I will play a short 30-second ad. It should only take me about that much time to finish making my coffee and come back. This is about the only other time I play ads, and I promise that it'll be done and over with before you know it. But I am going to make that drink now. I will be right back. Thank you guys so much, and please hang tight. I'll see you soon. Sorry about that. I am back. And I'm back with my cup of joe. It's, cookie flavored. It's, pretty good. That ought to be one of my folks that should be home. I heard a bunch of dogs just barfing and barking. Mr. Jason says, most advent calendars, good sir, from my experience, range from $1 to 50, or I'm sorry, £1 to 15 pounds. And then Hotel Chocolat ones range from £8 all of the way up to 80 pounds. Ah, I want to buy their 80-pound advent calendar, but it has alcoholic products in it. And I can't have alcohol, or I would have purchased it already. Fair. Fair. Yeah, I mean, I can have alcohol, but it makes me sleepy, so why bother? I just, a cup, 1 to 2, or even 3 thimblefuls of the stuff, and I could just sleep. It's better than absinthe, probably. And absinthe would definitely put me to sleep. Just absolutely not. Okay, I do see that there is a... looks to be a... I'm trying to figure out where this is going. This has got to be, like, going back this way eventually. Hold on. There we go. And then we can just... do something like this. Mr. Jason says, I may not get to have alcohol, good sir, but I am getting drunk on wonderful content right now. I appreciate that, good sir. Yeah, there's nothing stopping me from having a glass of wine should I really, really, truly want it. My issue is that I get nothing out of it. I get nothing out of it, even in low quantities, and I can sip alcohol fine. It's just... there's kind of no point for me. I need to be extra careful. Because that one was just kneeling there, but there are plenty more that definitely, because I'm waiting for the one that's, like, riding to, like, show up. Okay. Mr. Jason's... oh! Hello, Sir Wolf. I probably need to drink or I'm gonna die. But I'm gonna try for science. Let me hide here for a second. Mr. Jason says, one day, good sir, if the Twitch works out for you, while wine could be fancy, you could truly elevate your status with a monocle and a velvetizer. Yes, drinking chocolate does sound quite posh, doesn't it? Yeah. Maybe. I need to keep... I need to be better with my social media game, and I need to use social media that's actually relevant. So like TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, I need to use those. And I wake up every day and don't want to. That's part of the problem. Is, I really can't be bothered, especially knowing how watched I am, to, like, just put myself out there in a way that might get me hurt. I'm just gonna interpose myself. And then when the wolf decides it wants to come this way, it's gonna find that it is not really able to do that. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, okay. Good to know. These can spit out a cone that forces me out of the area. Good to know. Good to know. And obviously this isn't going to go into the Loretta split, but we still need to count it for now. Yeah, maybe someday. But I gotta get my content game way better than it currently is. And for that to happen, yeah, I really need to, like, play the social media game, and I hate it. But I'll do it for the right reasons. Might be able to even use Flame Grant Me Strength to, like, save myself some time here. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir, and not just any drinking chocolate. Finely curated real chocolate flakes for hot drinking chocolate, and finely curated milled chocolate powder for cold drinking chocolate. Something or someone has definitely seen me. Ah, it's Madam that we saw earlier. You know, that's gonna hurt me, but I need to, like... And I'm pretty sure the other one also saw me? Oh no, maybe that arrow just hit its mark anyway. That's fine. Move. There we go. Mr. Jason says, and good sir, while it is nowhere near as thrilling as the amazing deal that Mr. Rasby would offer, if he had a store where you could buy two and receive two, you could get 50% off a Velvetizer if you subscribe to their drinking chocolate subscription. Ah, yes, a subscription plan that is not unlike the one for Magic the Gathering Secret Layers, where it's a subscription service that gets you access to more Secret Layer cards to buy. Sorry, yeah, no, it sounds like a fine deal if you like drinking chocolate. But to me, all that kind of reminds me of is the secret layers for Magic the Gathering, where it's like $200 a month just to earn the right to buy more of their cards. Mr. Jason says, I would definitely shop at Raspy's though, good sir. I like the idea of buying two and receiving two. You like the idea of getting what you pay for, don't you, good sir? I mean, it's just that straightforward. You get what you pay for. Novel. What a concept. No scams. No magic accounting trick. Just classic. You buy what you get. You get what you buy. How much simpler could that be? That is what I wished everything in life was. And it wasn't all just some big scam sometimes. Mr. Jason says, and sometimes, good sir, you don't have to pay to receive the best. I just followed you. Too true. Did you guys know that if you follow the channel, you get some emotes just for doing that? It costs you nothing, and you can follow, to my knowledge, as many channels as you want. So if you want lovely emotes at the follow tier, feel free to drop one. I keep them sound free and relatively anonymous. There is a little bit of a snippet of text on the screen, but outside of that, I do need to, like, mine the Albinoric here. That is not the correct one. Here we go. I'll take that. Mr. Jason says, emotes? Ooh, I just followed you, good sir. I know. You get, let me see, what's a good free emote that I know is in my collection. You guys get this awesome hat for free, which you can use to greet people anytime you want. It's my Thunder Hat emote. It's, I drew it myself. Pretty much most of my emotes are, like, drawn. They're drawn or photoshopped together by yours truly. And the ones that aren't are, they're ones I paid for a long time ago. Like this one. Back when I was a college student, I paid $75 for that. Mr. Jason says, I love this one, good sir. I know the take notes emote. Yeah, it's not my best by far, but I'm glad you enjoy it. If people are wondering why the heck I'm going back a specific way, because it definitely feels like old ground that we've, like, tread here. I'm trying to, like, what I'm trying to do here is, I'm trying to get my vantage point to go over this way. Mr. Jason says, one way to improve upon it, good sir, is to animate it where the quill is, well, making notes. Yeah, I do need to do that. I did say I was going to animate that eventually. I've got so much on my plate, though. I am going to make that happen, but it could take a while before I actually properly animate that. Nice! I got spat on just now. Yuck! It's a sticky situation. He's just standing up there hacking a real silvery doobie smoothie on our face. Really gross. I want to be extra careful. Let's do something like this. I've got like 15 different projects that kind of just sit on the back burner. Okay, I know that one is spitting facts up there. Mr. Jason says, I have to BRB for a little while, good sir. I'll be back as soon as possible. Take your time. Take your time, and thank you for the lurk, good sir. I hope that whatever you gotta go deal with goes smoothly for you, Mr. Jason. Just kind of let this fire tick in between that and maybe the poison that will result. We should like, bring an end to them. Okay. So far, so good. So this is the late game, by the way. I should say this. We're approaching what is effectively the late game. We have, here... what we have basically here is, I want to actually use this. We're in the consecrated snowfield, which is like basically the third or fourth to last area inside of Elden Ring. Elden Ring Reforged doesn't really like add any new places. There are a few spots here and there that are new, but for the large part, it's still kind of base. It's base game. Everything that is new fits right into what you would consider to be base game. So I could still pretty confidently say that this area is like the fourth to last one, because we have this, we have Mikola's Hallig Tree, we have the area right before Moog, and then we've got the Ashen Capital and or post Burnt Erdtree Lanedell, and then after that, you know, that's it. We arrived at the end of the line, and boy howdy, is it a long line indeed. I mean, we also have the DLC, but that's a whole different can of worms, honestly. Let me be so careful right now. Yeah, I'm gonna get... I almost got true comboed. Let me not do that. Yucky. That was really gross. So for those that are like, hey, what the heck are we doing? We're checking out this area up here. Just kind of seeing if there are rune pieces that we need to collect. Like I was saying before, rune pieces are like the side grades. You can like alter your stats with them. Okay, that I can't tell if that mist you know, reaches here or not. So I'm going to be extra careful. But yeah, I'm looking forward to once we start getting to the what I call the boss gauntlet. It really is just going to be back-to-back bosses. There are going to be some areas we need to explore. I guess we also have the Crumbling Lands of Farum Azula. I would say once we get to the Crumbling Lands, we're pretty set up to like go to the end of the game pretty darn quick. But the Crumbling Lands are an interesting spot. There's you meet everyone's favorite dragon to make memes about, which is Placidus Axe. And she was said to be Vike's companion. Another person that is really, really, really... That is an Elder Lion? That is an Elder Lion. Hang on. I'm glad I looked. All right, this might take me a little bit of concentration, so I will just meander on up here and see what we can get. Like this. Oh, I stepped into it. Yep, that'll do it. We died to the Elder Lion. That's fine. I'm wondering if there's some spot I could maybe stand where I don't have to see or reach him, but I digress. Okay, and if we can... I want to see if maybe I could speed past this part. It's fine if we lose 50 to 70k runes. That's hardly a level up these days. I think we actually can. I think we actually can. Yeah, we sure can. Not only can we do that, we can even get a rune piece for our trouble. Run. Just gonna try to, like, catch him slipping, basically. Got him. Well, second time was still definitely rough, but not quite as bad.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
You know what time that is, my lovely senators and inductees. It is time for that all-important... It is that warning for that all-important commercial take that we take... That commercial break that we take every hour. There we go. As a way to beat back free roll if you're on Twitch. In about 4.5 minutes, there will be a timer on the screen to indicate when the break starts and how long it lasts. During that time, of course, ads will be playing. Like, I hope that sort of goes without saying, but I digress. During that time, I got to get up and stretch. You know, even if I were, viewing the stream, right? That's what I would be doing, is I would be taking a stretch. I recommend you guys do that for yourselves. It'll make the time pass by so much faster, and you guys don't have those inky-dinky, stinky ads to worry about. But that's me. But don't let me be the keeper of your time. Just spend those 3 minutes, doing what you love, or whatever it is you've got to do. And once the commercial break is done, the ads will be finished. I'll be back at my seat, and we'll pick up well and truly where we left off before. It really will be that simple. It really will be that simple. Here we might actually make use of a sorcery. There's like a single solitary thing we're going to attempt to like use a sorcery for. This ought to be Ordina Liturgical Town. Because this whole place is like a puzzle, so we might as well make good use of it. You take unseen form. And I'll take any staff. In between that and some noise ring we can wear, it'll make our time here when we're dealing with these wonderful snipers that sit on top way better to manage compared to everything else going on. Oh yeah, is Latenna and Lobo like a separate Ash or not? Yeah, Latenna is like a separate Ash compared to Latenna and Lobo. So actually, while we're here, let's see if we can't upgrade. What kind of cost would it be to upgrade Latenna and Lobo? I think I could get them to at least a +7. Although I'm quite sure Latenna and Lobo is worse. I remember them being worse because the AI is worse. But let's see if I'm right.
Greeting. Are you here for sleep?
Yes, I am here to tune up the spirit of 6 +6. We could do +6, but not some other like thing. I'd have to see if we can farm like +8s up somehow, and or 7s. Yeah, we don't have an access to 7. We'll have to look at this when we come back from commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. I lost a little track of the time. I'm so sorry about that. I went up, got, washed my face a little bit, dried it off. But I did ultimately lose track of the time, and for that I am truly sorry. Well, are we ready for Ordina? I sure hope so. It is a whole other experience. It is a whole other experience. Here it is. Yeah, it's a whole different experience. We're going to be relying on our sorcery in order to keep us from being unseen, or to keep us from getting hurt. We probably don't need... It's the Kindred of Rot. We probably don't need prevents landings from impeding movement. They're supposed to... Yes, we want the Concealing Veil while we're here. And so between that and Unseen Form, we should be able to move more, not totally, but more safely. We'll also want access to this torch here, because of course the Black Knife Assassins are invisible. It's a whole piece of work. It's a whole piece of work. And of course, we can kind of scope out the town here. Like, we're allowed to do that. But, oh, hello. Nice to see you. Let's put back on that Radigan icon. Are they guarding something? I need to know. This is a Putrid Guardian, right? Or a Putrid Duelist? Yeah, it's a Putrid Duelist. There we go. We did get the Rotten Duelist Great Axe and Greaves. Oh, and since we did get something from this one, we probably should write that down. There we go. With no deaths added, I might add. I don't think the rune pieces we can collect are up here. I think they're actually in the little subworld that you have to go into in order to solve the puzzle and unlock the way to the Halleck tree. Because I'll just come out and say it. The liturgical town is our way into the Halleck tree. Are kind of unable to go by any other means except by solving the puzzle. There might be a way gate that takes us there, but I do kind of think they were supposed to, like, solve the puzzle, quote unquote. Held shut by a seal. Light the 4 figures in the Everjail. 1. So, light the 4 figures, I think, is talking about statues, right? Let me just make sure I've remembered that right. Yeah, we're looking for, like, these areas here. I think we stand a good chance of finding at least half of them. But it would make our lives easier if... you know, we removed any temptation of, like, glowing items while we're right here. Damn it. It's got to be like pixel perfect almost. Or we gotta catch something small like that. Yeah, that definitely would have been a source of temptation, to say the least. Oh, sorry, guys. Very sleepy. I think we might be in an okay position. And I'm trying to figure out from where we would even start. But the only way to know where to start is to start by doing. So let's get ready. Yep. Told you, some of them are invisible. You know, we die. You know, we died to removal. And of course, we have to go back up there every time we want to enter the Everjail. There's no shortcuts, none of that. So this process is very painful. If I hadn't stated our goal before, it is definitely to get past Ordina today. This one's going to be, you know, quite the doozy to, like, quite the doozy to get across the finish line. Oh, am I not allowed to do that? Yeah, we're actually not allowed to use this in here. All right. I need to remember to apply that to that area next time. I'm dead. Yep, I'm dead right there on the spot. Yeah, no. I got drained and then I stood up and died. I'm gonna have to concentrate while I'm in here, I see. But I need to not do that if I would like anyone to watch. I don't know. This place is just gonna have many deaths, and I just need to get used to it. Like, dying to the same Black Knife Assassin is gonna be very frustrating. Okay, we're all right so far. And I feel I still have the hidden form on, so I might be okay. We'll see. What we might also want to do is actually have some concealing aromatic ready. Let's say 5 of them. And then if we need to use that over, like, using FP, we should be able to do that. You know, this is definitely the better version, but... I need to be so extra careful. It's not funny. Okay, so one of them is up here, and I think there may be a archer that is sitting on the other side of this rooftop. No, but there is an item. I'm gonna wait. This is like the one time we're gonna use this. We're going to need some extra FP reserves that we don't otherwise have access to here. So I'm going to sit here and wait a second. So how's the weather, everybody? I hope it's not too toasty. My heart really does go out for the people that are dealing with wildfires or other natural disasters. It's awful. I'm so sorry you guys have to deal with that. I hope your governments are able to better help you handle that, and they're not trying to take advantage of a bad situation in order to exert more control. You know, the whole don't let a good mistake go to waste, don't let a crisis go to waste. Yeah, we don't want that. That would be bad. Gonna just do this. Drink a flask. I need to be extra careful. Just interpose myself like this a second. Okay, I need to, like, make my way back out to the edge, like, right away. Yeah, so we went through here. We fought the Black Knife Assassin there. So we should just be able to run around. Traipse on up, and then we have access to the rooftops again, which we kind of want to, like, pepper the outside. We really want to pepper the rooftops and get rid of as many albinoric archers as humanly possible, because otherwise we're gonna get sniped out of the sky trying to, like, go anywhere. Gotta be so for real careful right now. Nope, I died because I panicked. And when you panic, you don't do good. What a concept. I should have just I don't know why I had Rain of Fire there, but I did. So that caused me to panic, and thus that caused me to die. Well, I'm gonna have to do it again. Yeah, this puzzle is really mean, by the way. It is really, 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 really mean. You actually have zero choice but to do it over and over and over and over. And you could die to that Black Knife Assassin over and over and over again. Welcome on in, Angie Philosopher. Good to see you again. It's been a little bit. I hope you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Yes, it is Ordina. We have made it to what I would call the late game. We have made it to the late game. And I could not be happier. I mean, we're obviously not done, but, you know, I've changed seals. I've changed my stat allotment, which is not easily seen here. 1 second. I am not an arcane build. I've moved over to the faith and intelligence build now. Like, I'm pretty happy we've made it to this point. 555? Right? Wait. Are you... that's gonna take a while? Yeah. Oh, yeah. 555 deaths. Yeah. Well, the thing is that we can always... we can whittle this down, right? With practice. We can get better. And the total deaths aren't even counted up yet. Because we still have the rest of base game, and then we have all of the DLC to go through. We've got all of it. We've got a huge chunk of game left. I would say we're only about halfway done. Only about halfway done. But we're getting there. Oh, right. Let me make sure I actually have this sorcery ready. Oh, this is already lit. That's cool. That is much better for me. And what I want to do here is basically flask up. Okay, good. That should act as a natural barrier. And then we just let the rain of fire take care of it. Alright, that's cool. Then we gotta do that same trick again for the next two, and I need to bear in mind the duration of this buff. That's gonna be really, really rough on me. I need to move quick. I don't have a lot of time to lose. Alright. I will wait here. I will wait here and let I will let our form drop while we recast that. Luckily, it didn't take me too long. And then what we want to do is just bum rush the... and not eat... oh, I needed to dodge there. Actually, to be honest, I probably should have... I should have stayed there and sized up what I was doing a little bit better than that. But not pressing the dodge definitely... definitely did not help. Anki Philosopher says, do you need it though? Just rain of fire and then hide? I'm willing to try, but my issue is the unseen form is less about the Albinoric archers. Like, it is useful against them, but the main reason is for the Black Knife assassins, who I don't want hearing my every footstep. Especially when I can't see them. I do have this torch, but I don't know. A lot of my tendencies for how I handled Ordina go back to how I handled it previously, which is to say, I just always took unseen form with me. I felt safer with the spell, but you're probably right. And that might be something worth considering for, at the very least, the future. I just realized I locked myself out of the rune arc. Angie Philosopher says they can't do anything while you're on the roof. Can't the Black Knife assassins jump up there? I have seen them jump, and some of their attacks take them quite high. Okay, here. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It is certainly possible I'm overthinking it. However, I do remember them being able to get up there. Never happened to me. I guess I'm trying to preempt that little possibility of them doing that. But, you're probably right. Worth a try. We can go for the more just cast a good rain of fire and wait for them to die approach. Interpose myself right here, and we wait. Okay, so far so good. That's archer number 1. We got at least 3 or 4 more that we need to handle. There's one up there. I don't know how close I have to be for rain of fire. Maybe... Will this work? I think that's... Never mind. It works. And then the other one's going to see us when we jump up there anyway, so... Might as well run. It would help if I got up there right. Okay. Run, move. Okay. Cool. Think of the range that Saul's has with it. Salsa. Salsa? What's salsa? This is going to be the part where I either learn of something new or this is a shorthand for something. One of those two things. Are we talking about the Albinoric archers by chance? The fire knight, that the rain of the rain of fire that it comes from. I got this through. Not only did I get this through the Starlight Shards, but I have actually never played the DLC before. It's going to be a fun experience. So I have no context for the Fire Knight that uses this ability. I've seen some like footage, but to be quite honest, I don't remember the last time I saw it. So I might as well say I have no context for it. So that's going to be a load of fun. Real fun. All right. So we just drop down here. Angie Philosopher says, good luck. Have fun suffering. I don't know what to say, TBH. It's a learning experience. Suffering is kind of part, par for the course, right? I don't think so. Oh, you're gonna fall down there? Fine, I guess. I look forward to learning all the DLC. That's yet another reason I'm routing, is that I get the opportunity to learn it. Whereas if I just did a random normal playthrough, I kind of don't think this would be too remarkable of a thing that I'm doing. Adding on the little caveats and restrictions makes this more fun, and at least more challenging for me. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I hope the spectacle will... I hope the spectacle will surely be entertaining, to say the least. All right, we went up there. That's at least 2 of them. I know one is in the center of town, and I need to find the final one, and then we're good to go here. Okay, there's that one. And then the last one is right there. Okay, we got it. At least I think. No, that is just the shrine for the thing. That is the shrine for the thing. Uh-oh. Yup. Oracle Shrine did its job. Never mind. I need to find that last one, like, hella quick. Oh, it's up there. I see it. We didn't actually... Yeah, we didn't go up there. The ones we went to... Wait, what? I don't remember this too well. Yeah, no, didn't... that one's already lit, isn't it? Thank goodness... I'm sorry, what? What's up? What did I just, attack? Did I, lure a black knife assassin? Well, I'm gonna use an aromatic then and save myself the trouble. Okay, no, that is not lit. Sorry, the glow kind of makes it a little bit hard to tell whether I'm doing it right or not. Ugh, I don't like this one bit. I wish there was something I could throw as a distraction, because I definitely feel like there's a black knife assassin lying in wait. You're right, I absolutely should run. Yup, that was exactly why I... Wow, all that high floating, wrong spell, wrong spell. I'm dead here. I knew it. I knew I was gonna die doing this. Because I jumped down when I even knew the Black Knife Assassin was generally in this area. I generally knew it, and I still got by it. Deck nabbit. I am generally aware that you get iframes while lighting the candle. But that, I don't know if, that definitely wouldn't have helped me right there. I definitely would have, I definitely would have struggled to handle the Black Knife Assassin after that. What I'm trying to do is play this like Metal Gear Solid 4 or 3 or whichever one has like the most, whichever one people like more. I think that's Metal Gear Solid 3. I've not played any of them, with the exception of like Peace Walker. I've played Peace Walker. And I've played maybe a little bit of 2. Like the remaster for 2 or whatever it was. But, need to be extremely careful here and just run. Okay, so there's one definitely... We actually know which 2 we need to grab. One is in the center of town, and I know the Black Knife Assassin is there. And then there's the one with like no roof. No exposed roof is how I would describe that. That's over here. Go ahead and do this. And I think the way up to that platform is also guarded by a Black Knife assassin. I remember getting ambushed out of the blue when I tried to go up that ladder the first time. We're gonna see. Yep, don't even think about it. Have this torch ready. Because I wanna know that the Black Knife Assassin is coming. I don't want to even think about the implication it could be somewhere else. I'll take it. You know what? I'll take the entrapment here. Never mind. But we still got it anyway. Nice. Now we just have to not die the rest of the time. It should be easy enough now that we dealt with that meddlesome assassin. Okay, and then we just go right up here, and boom, it's done. This really shouldn't have been that hard. Camera, why are you doing this? Camera, stop. Anything around the back? Or the side? No? Okay. We can be done with this Everjail then. Wait. Is that even worth it though? I feel like it's not. The seal was broken in town. Nice. I wonder if that rune piece is specific to the Everjail. I hope not. I guess let's find out. So it was what, like out here? Come on. I'm trying to like do yeah, there we go. Right up there. Okay, cool. That is not specific to the Everjail. Good. Good, good, good. There we go. All done. And we only died 5 times. And no doors to handle, I don't think. Anything back there? How about behind this gate? Cool. All right. Oh, I love the Consecrated Snowfield. It's one of my favorite places in all of Elden Ring. You know, outside of the Halleck Tree. But I am ready to not have to deal with any more snow for a while. Mr. Jason says, I have returned, good sir, and what a pleasure that I have returned to. The amazing Angie philosopher. Yep, they're here. They were just helping me, they were guiding me a little bit through, Ordina, the liturgical town, where we had to deal with, as you put it so eloquently earlier, Mr. Jason, Gerudo Fortress Elden Ring Edition. We just cleared that after 5 times. Now, I think what we have to do is, before we do that, I need to go back and talk to a certain individual down at Gallery's shack. Okay, I was looking for my phone. I was wondering where that was. Cool. Because we need to set ourselves up for to get Miquella's needle if we're looking to reverse this ending, which I am. Plus, it's, you know, it's part of all content. So, all right, Gallery, talk to me. I know you have a favor to ask.
Please make certain that little Millicent goes unharmed. Like her mother, she has the stuff to be a great warrior, but commands only one arm and is yet preciously young. So, you gave Millicent a golden arm replacement. This is a wonderful development. Thank you for your kindness. Now, Millicent may fully realize her true warrior's potential, like her beautiful mother.
Okay, tell me more.
Well, Millicent, she is a bird, green and undeveloped, waiting to flower into magnificence. What a wondrous day that will be. In truth, before her, I'd never seen a bard of such superior quality. She might very well outshine her sisters.
And then we have a bunch of stuff I can't, that I could buy and won't because there's no point. You have anything new?
Need me for something else?
Okay, he's supposed to give... I don't know if I do that here or if I wait to, if I talk to him after... Angie Philosopher says, due to some stupid quest bullshit in the DLC, you can't even get every item in one playthrough, by the way. That's fair. That's fair. And in that sense, you would say, okay, well, you get the one with more content in it, rather than less. I take it those items are available with Starlight Shards, right? Not that I would even know to save for such a thing here, but assuming they are, then as long as I have some idea of what that total is going to be moving forward, I know what to do in the future. Right, that ought to be... yeah, 6. We have 6. We could get another spell, but I actually think we're out of spells that we could get for ourselves. I don't really see how or what we would even get at this point. This might be like a... we like get rune pieces or something with it. I'm not 100% sure. But what I do know is I'm pretty confident that Millicent's quest will come up, and then we can go talk to Gallery, if I'm remembering it right. Oh, and if you guys weren't tired of bubble oracles, well, here you go. Here are more wonderful oracle bubbles that we had at the start of lane, the capital lane of Altus, Lanedell. We can also get rid of this and put that on. Anki Philosopher says, right, Millicent's quest also has 2 mutually exclusive items. Yeah, there's one you get for fighting her, and there's one you get for fighting her invaders. if I'm remembering right. I see you over there, Sir Oracle. Okay, that's 2 of them. We can, like, stand out here and get this one. The tree has a ton of ambush potential. This like first section right here where we're climbing along the branches of the Halig tree, really cool, by the way, is you can get ambushed by things sitting on an opposing branch pretty easily. So you really, if there's any area you need to take slow, it's this one. I don't think so. I think you're gonna have to go somewhere else. I don't think I can pop them in one fell swoop, but we'll try. Yeah, pretty close, but no. The answer to that is no, unless we want to strip and, like, replace this with, like, I don't know, the ritual sword talisman, which I guess we could do. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, good sir, in Pokemon Go, I'm getting ever closer to a Shaman and a Zarude. In Shaman's Quest, Grass and Gratitude, I'm on task 5 of 7, and for Zarude's Quest, Searching for Zarude, I'm on task 3 out of 5, or the last 2 tasks for each, quite complicated or arduous. Anytime I can push them off the edge, I'm gonna take that opportunity. I don't want to fight them if I don't have to. Okay. Yeah, we're getting toward the part of the game where we are dealing with some exclusives. This one is a large oracle, I think. Let's see if I'm even right. Uh-oh. Yep. Just hide back there. Oh, that is not good. Okay, we belted them out of the sky, but unfortunately, it's this one. Okay. I'm trying to, like, keep my ears peeled. Oh, that's another huge oracle. Never mind. Yeah, a few more of the large oracles, like, start showing up there. Mr. Jason says, surprisingly easy, good sir. Shaman's Quest, Grass and Gratitude just wants me to hatch 2 eggs, and I have hatched 1 of them. And Zarude's Quest, Search for Zarude, just wants me to catch 30 grass or bug type Pokemon, and I have caught 26 of 30 so far. And I know what the last tasks are, however. The last one might throw you a little bit for a loop. Ouch. Angry Philosopher, if you happen to be here by chance, oh, I think I might know the answer to my question, but the gold oracle bubbles, are those just like a healing nullifier effect? Like a Lloyd's talisman? Is that what they are? Or is there other stuff?
Hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, was the 5-minute warning for commercial breaks, which we do take at the top of every hour. When that time comes, there will be a timer on your screens, and that will indicate how long the break lasts and when it starts. And during that time, I like to get up and take a stretch because ads will be playing. I highly recommend for those that don't have ad block or Twitch Turbo or a subscription or any one of those three things to come along with me for the ride. Take a stretch break yourselves. It'll make the time go faster and you don't have to look at those inky, dinky, stinky ads. I don't like them, and I know you don't. But spend your time however you please. Once the timer is fully finished, I will have returned, the ads will have stopped, and we will pick right back up where we left off before. It really just is that simple. Mr. Jason says, I hope not, good sir. That would be rather rude of Scopely. Hardy har har. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, I should probably try and get over my PKSD, post-Korok stress disorder, and actually play through Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. Well, you don't have to collect the Koroks. I mean, if they gate progression, sure, I guess you'll have to collect some of them, but you know, you don't have to go for 100%. I kind of routinely don't when I'm playing by myself. I just do the things I want to do. A lot of them fall in line with 100% playthrough, but there are certainly some things I don't do in solo playthroughs, and I go from there. Angie Philosopher says, I think the bubbles just reduce your damage a little bit. Okay, so the gold ones are just... The silver ones, which I know reduce attack power by 10% for like 10 or 15 seconds. But then the gold ones also block your healing. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Because my healing spells were blocked while the gold ones were up. It's kind of a cool effect, actually. It's nice to have something that isn't just Lloyd's Talisman spam. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I guess the only way I can, Geronimo. Mr. Jason says, what I love most about your channel, good sir, is that even though they do not have the pink badge with the white diamond, most of your viewers are truly VIPs. Especially the Angie Philosopher. I know. I mean, they can get VIP. They're willing to spend the... What is it? Like the 50K? Do I have that right? No, I'm sorry. No. They don't... No. That's for being here long enough. I used to have a reward that was like buy VIP, but... people were kind of flummoxed with it, so I opted to take that out and just kind of do it at my discretion. And which one did I... Mr. Jason says, but Mr. Coin, it is only 101 Koroks. I know. They're like the 101 Dalmatians that they stunk a bunch. I hear you. Even though it's 101, those 101 are not just for doing random stuff, Mr. Jason. You actually have to, like, try really, really hard. Mr. Jason loves collecting poop. Sentences totally that require context for 500, Alex. Sentences that totally require context for, 500. I did not mean to drink that. Bad time. Did not need to do that. See everyone after the break. My apologies, folks. I had a slight difficulty in making my drink, but I have made my drink and I have returned. I hope we all have enjoyed or made good use of our time during the commercial break, because I know none of us here like ads, right? Mr. Jason says, I'll be somewhat delayed after the break. No worries, good sir. Take your time. You know, we will be here doing the do. As it were, doing the didgeridoo. I'm just kind of saying stuff off the cuff. What I need to do is like something like this. Yep, I was exactly afraid of this situation. I didn't assess this right. I didn't assess it right. I made an error. I made a fat error, and now I have to clear all this again, because I will assuredly die if I don't. Like, I'll run through... Coin is not very good at gauntlets, is what I'm trying to say. I'm terrible at, like, timed gauntlets. And running through a batch of enemies is basically a timed gauntlet for me. I hate it. I make all kinds of errors doing that. It really, really sucks. I did not mean to pick fights. I'm picking all kinds of fights that I probably don't want to pick. That was close. Ooh, I wonder how useful unseen form is here. We can actually even get rid of that. Oh, we never did collect this item. We'll have to fix that. Oh, that was not at all worth it. Gotta say. We could just kind of sneak and push them off the edge here and even get some FP for our trouble. Like that. Oh, that kind of stinks. I guess they're, like, resistant to poison. I'm sorry, what? Fine. I need to keep an eye. Oh, okay. The regular oracles died. I think those are regular oracles. Otherwise, I'm gonna be hecka upset. Ha! Get struck down. Okay. So last time I failed to account for the 2 oracles that were up there at the top of the branch. Or 3 oracles, excuse me. Let me not do that this time. And let me not do that. I think this might be is not too far. Cool. Actually, having access to sorceries is, not great. Nope. I stood there and just took it. I think I could have hit there. I think my hesitancy caused me to die there. Well, that and just clear skishu, right? You know, that's what everything is in Elden Ring. It's always a skishu. It's kind of up to you to find a quote. You don't even think about it. I'll enable this, I guess. Rain of Fire is an amazing spell. If I have not said that already, it is. It's amazing. I truly cannot, you know, express my words enough. I probably don't need to kill this one, but I'm going to. Because we get FP back for doing it. Mr. Jason says, I'm back, good sir. Welcome back. Mr. Jason wishes, but I can't buy Nintendo stuff, luxury chocolates, and hire wonderful Jeeves to wash and dry one's pots and dishes. You have to I believe you can probably choose 2 of one or 1 of the other. Take your pick. Two of one or one of the other. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 of 3 or 1 of 3. Okay, easy enough. Push them down. Rain of Fire. And maybe 1 Frenzied Burst ought to do it. Or a Frenzied Burst when they're in the air will kill them. Take your pick. I'll take that. That's much less FP and waiting around I gotta, like, deal with. It's much better. Oh. Oh, my healing isn't blocked. What the heck? I'm not sure what to make of that. Oh, it's just okay, it is gold-colored oracle bubble. All right. I thought for sure maybe I just didn't have enough FP at the time. You know, that's probably what it is. It's not enough FP. That's fine. Okay. We're going to have to wait for him to come back. Or they can literally spot me from right up there. Yep, thank you. Okay, cool. What else could I be in combat with? Oh, I'm willing to bet they have seen me, but I'm not in range to do anything yet. Or, oh, actually, it's these ants. Okay, gotcha. It's those ants. Run, 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 run. Get back up there, get back up there. Get back up there and, like, wait. How far is that gonna go? Okay. Mr. Jason says, isn't it ironic, Mr. Coin? The only two 1 kilometer starter Pokemon that I need to hatch have a full collection, are the two that end in egg, good sir. Turtwig and Tepig. Not necessarily. I don't know why that would be ironic. Yeah, that's what it is. I don't know why that would be ironic. I'm sure it is once it's spotted. Mr. Jason says I have 25 and 27 so far. Yeah. That, like, the grass or bug types, right? Or 25 of 27 are starter Pokemon. It's probably the starter Pokemon now that I'm looking at it. All right. So Jason says, and once Pokemon Wind and Waves releases, good sir, it'll be 30. A nice round 30. And, you know, with that will come the announcement about no more Pokemon games because of whatever Game Freak was working on, you know, to take the spot of, like, Elden Ring, or like an Elden Ring clone. How am I dead? How am I dead again? What? Well, okay, I know how I died. My HP reached 0. But I guess I just took too much. I took counter damage there. I had to have taken counter damage there. That's the only thing that makes any kind of sense to me. I'm gonna be stuck. I need to move. I need to run, or I'm gonna be stuck here, which means I actually need Unseen Form, because I know people are gonna get upset if I don't get my butt into high gear and move. Who do I have to take out? Probably this one. Definitely this one. Okay. Okay, cool. We took out that one. I know about those ants. Okay, there's that one. The other two will probably come later. Mr. Jason says, oh, good sir, Rockstar games are being, interesting. The gameplay trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6, for some odd reason, is exclusive to Netflix. What? Why? Literally, what is the point? Okay. I need to, like, outfox them somehow. Mr. Jason says, sometimes, good sir, battle with those creatures are anticlimactic. Anticlimactic. Okay. Nope. Get all the way back. Get all the way back. Way up there. We gotta run. We gotta run. We gotta run. Just get all the way back there. Let that fade out. And then I will, you know, do the thing. There you go, good sir. All right. Maybe some soft cotton here will help us get really close. while we hopefully don't lose out on too much, I just need to get close enough that I can tag these guys with Rain of Fire and then run! Run, Forrest, run! Just run, 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 all the way back there. Okay, and they're gone. Mr. Jason says, I'm just perusing the wonderful subreddit r/mildly infuriating, good sir. And I have come across a post titled, instead of posting hours, this shopping center mall for Americans is a QR code. Note that I added the mall for Americans. I hear you. Man, when you gotta have a phone just to see operating hours, you know reality is absolutely fried. I tell you, I want whoever we elect next as Americans, in addition to just undoing all of Tangerine Palpatine's little screw-ups, I want them to make sure we don't have to deal with that. There is no reason there cannot be physically posted hours for there is no reason there cannot be physically posted hours for people that don't have phones. Phones should not be a mandatory part of the living experience. There's no reason for that. Look, I enjoy technology as much as the next person. I do. Uh-oh. Run. Giant Miranda flower where? Giant Miranda where? Because I do not know where that is coming from. Oh, there's literally one right there. I'll take it, though. Alright. I'm not sure oh, there's all kinds of little guys just hiding up here. Goodness. Mr. Jason says, and that reminds me, good sir, the wonderful Boo Bubby, the TCC's first Troll Castle legend, made an in-game pattern that was a QR code that people could scan, and it led to Rick Astley's song, Never Gonna Give You Up. Genius. Yeah, that is actually genius. I am not gonna lie. That is incredible. I can't recall the last time. Ah, there's our lovely friend, the Miranda Flower. I was wondering why we were having that issue. I cannot assess my surroundings to save my life. Boo Bubby made it in Animal Crossing New Horizons. That's incredible. That had to be pretty painstaking, because like it's one thing to like find a QR code that does that. It's something else to find the QR code right and then put it into Animal Crossing, which is not something that anybody could just readily do. Each like pixel of the pattern has to be like hand placed just right or it won't scan. I would actually love to hear the process for that. Like what he did to make that reality. Well, they can't reach me from down here or from way down there. However, I might need to come closer in order to get them. Nice. Well, I can't do anything about them. Okay, yeah. They have chosen to back up, so there is nothing I can do until then. Speaking of amazing streamers within the TCC, good sir, one of our affiliates, Symphony is live, or associates. Yeah. Well, Mr. Jason, which word would you prefer? You are the executive director, so the word is like part of the creative, like the labeling and like the branding is like that's a vision decision. What do you think would be better? Or what do you like more? Because I could go either way between those two words, affiliate or associate. I suppose part of that for me might parse out to, well, if you don't want it getting mixed up with Twitch affiliate, Mr. Jason says, I don't know, but while verified streamer sounds good, both of those are more business organization oriented. Yeah. So I guess if you want something, that doesn't quite sound so business, but at the same time doesn't also cross into, well, are we talking about Twitch affiliate or regular or other affiliate? Where, you know, associate might work better. At least when it comes to how the executive chair might say it. I would probably refer to many of them as colleague, and then when I need to refer to them in a more business oriented direction, I can refer to them as an associate. That would probably be some pretty nice overlap between these. Okay, we have to drop down, or we're not making it through. And I gotta think about which pathway I'm going. Okay, give me 1 second. This one's gonna be a little bit precarious. Wait right here. Let them do that. And then we can just use flame fall upon them. Move. And then use frenzied burst to like finish that off. Mr. Jason says, is colleague correct though? Colleague would imply that they are staff. Verified streamer is a branch of clients. Yeah, I mean, verified streamer is like like when you put it that way, associate is better. I'm thinking about it from the sense of, like, if you were to describe people that you work with, you would call them colleagues, right? And even though I'm TCC president, right? These are people that in the grand scheme of things, I want to collaborate with them. I want to stream with them. I might be day-to-day operations manager for the organization they're part of, but it's still mostly a horizontal relationship. It only has a slope. That horizontal relationship has like a slight slope to it. That's all. Mr. Jason says they are also a further arm of the TCC, right? They're an extension of the TCC. That is true. Need to be so seriously careful right here. I think I can push this one off. No, don't you even think about that. No, that's enough from you, Mr. Oracle Envoy. Sorry, we'll get to the part of Elphael that's a little... I'm sorry. That is... We'll get to the part of the Halleck tree that's a little bit less precarious in a second. Mr. Jason says... they are looked after under our umbrella, but at the cost that their networks are directly within ours. Right, they're like you were saying earlier, their communities are all connected within the same office building. They just don't directly conjoin with each other. I get what you're saying. Associate is probably the best word to use there. And the only reason I guess I wanted to make sure I brought that up is I kind of want to make sure that our language is consistent, i.e., we don't want to be wavering between affiliate and associate. That makes us look uncertain. We should know how we're claiming to be related and or connected to all of our clients. And like calling them an associate or having the right word for that makes things cohesive. That's all. Mr. Jason says, I didn't use influence in that saying, good sir, as we're not their boss. Exactly. But the TCC does have a kind of influence as we can adapt our policies as and when necessary. To, you know, help or as the needs of our associates change further, right? If people are wondering where we're trying to get to, I can change this out for the telescope, actually. See that building down there? We're heading towards, like, the trunk of the tree. The trunk of the Halleck tree, essentially. But there's a bunch of stuff we can miss if we don't like explore these branches like first. That's all. It's the matter of trying to pay attention and make sure we don't have to like traipse back on these branches at a later date. Mr. Jason says, I hope that this area doesn't leave you stumped, good sir. Well, if it does leave us stumped, we can always try to grow a branch out and, you know, try a different direction, right? We're never truly stumped. And our growth is surely never stunted either. Let's drop down here. You know, just... it might take us a while to, you know, figure out where we gotta go. That's all. Let's see. Okay, so what we can do is, like... I guess we should start here. We should start on this, like, side branch. Because otherwise when we go out to that main branch, we can have unnecessary oracle bubbles that we have to deal with on the way back, and no one wants that. That would be awful, 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 awful to have to deal with. Okay, I don't think there's an oracle down there. Oh, yeah, I still got hit because those bubbles have a huge range to them. Mr. Jason says, I do genuinely wonder, though. I would very much like to take inspiration from this wonderful when it is not doing bad or breaking website. When it is not doing bad. I'm sorry. From this wonderful when it is not doing bad things or breaking website from TCC. I quite like the affiliate and partner, and I want to eventually, through discussing with you, have similar tiers of verified streamer or associate. Sure. You know, that could be folded into the ambassador program. Like, so what I'm thinking is like we have our ambassador, and like the senior ambassadors are people like Suremu or other ones that have been there a long time. And then we would have junior ambassadors, and then beyond that we would have associates. Mr. Jason says, like, for example, Mr. Coin, Suremu will be guaranteed this new TCC equivalent of Twitch partner within the TCC, but then I want to make it reasonably difficult to just gain. Well, yes, but the idea is that you're... So we have to balance the A, how difficult it is, with B, you know, how much are people... What would people be willing to do to get it? So, for example, let's say we made the top-ranked senior ambassador, right? And that would be what Suremu is currently. He would be a senior ambassador. And let's say that in order to do that, we would need them to be Twitch partner. I could tell you the number, I could count on the number of the hands of my fingers. How many people could make that? I could tell you, because Twitch partner is notoriously difficult to get. You have to have 75 concurrent viewers. Not only do you have to have those concurrent viewers, they have to be organic. Raids are not allowed to count toward that. So you need to do the necessary work of collabing, networking, and really, 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 you know, you have to work really hard and really long, and it's not a guarantee. And that might be fine for senior ambassador, but the rank under it would be junior ambassador, and that shouldn't be quite so hard to get. Like, see, I worry that if we make the senior ambassador role, quote, too difficult, people will just opt not to join, or they might even opt out of, you know, being a verified streamer, given the whole dead internet theory. The whole dead internet being real. Mr. Jason says, I like the role of executive ambassador. Sure. I could get on with that name too. So, executive ambassador. Junior ambassador would be... I would maybe not make it quite so dependent on who you know, because at that point it's just a good old boys club within a good old boys club already. No, we should be stepping away from that. But maybe what I'm thinking is it's time dependent. I would say if people have been streaming for a year, like you know, not barring like serious life events, right? Or times where you know, they've had to involuntarily step away. I think a year should be like the lower level. And I don't think that a relationship should shortcut that. Because otherwise, again, becomes good boys club. Mr. Jason says, but yes, I'm very proud to be a lead moderator for a partner, Mr. Suremu. I'm happy that you're proud of that, good sir. Yeah, I'm sure Suremu is happy to have you as one of his lead moderators. Okay, and that ought to be enough. A lot of this could be like, hello, that is a huge bubble. Oh my god, look at that. They're practically bursting out of their clothes. That one was a bit crusty, coin.
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Jason says, after I will endeavor to reply in just a second. Mr. Jason says, after all, good sir, I've invested 4 really good years in Suremu. That's pretty much as long as my TCC has existed. That's fair. That's totally fair. 21 to 22, 23, 24. Yeah. So, like, your TCC has existed, like, since 2021 or 22. And, you know, counting up the enumeration there, that would be at least 2023, right? That would be me. Well, no, it would be 2022. What am I thinking? Okay, cool. We should probably trade our rune pieces in at the next rest site, or if we die. Yeah, I that investment should feel like it's worth more. I do want to do that. I want to make it worth your while, but we're going to have to be ready to take some big risks, I think, really soon. We're like, again, based on I need to be extra careful. Is it just me, or does this sound like a wet fart? Okay, got him. And I do believe that is a one-time enemy too, so I'm happy to have gotten that out of the way. Mr. Jason says, big risks? I'm not sure that I like the sound of that, good sir. When I say big, maybe it's not so much big risk. That makes it sound scary. But more like we're going to have to step outside of our comfort zones if we would like, I think, some of our future plans to amount to anything. Anything at all. We're creating the scaffolding of this with, like, the ambassador program, but I think unless we have some real meat behind that, with, like, how do we get ourselves out there, how do we broadcast ourselves out there, I don't think it's gonna go particularly well. That's what I mean. I'm not trying to make things sound scary. This is the reality of the internet we live in today. We're not going to be able to do much unless we get the word out there. And word of mouth, even digitally, even with me streaming or Suremu talking about it on occasion, or someone else, well, that's only going to get us so far. That's all I'm referring to. I'll make that a little more clear when you and I talk in private later, good sir. And it'll sound much, hopefully significantly less scary then. I hear something. I know it's like off in that general direction, and I can't quite tell where. And if folks are wondering what the heck am I doing, I am first I want to avoid getting scarlet rot, but second, more importantly, is we are trying to like not trying to make sure that we don't die to the giant oracle that is literally sitting right there. Mr. Jason says, yeah, fair enough. With social media, I would prefer to have an email where it doesn't personally identify any one of us, where several people can log in and use it. At the moment, Troll Castle Challenge can log in as I trust them with my email. That's fair. That's fair. I think there's probably a way to set up a burner email. That way, you know, the people that have access to the burner email can use social media and then it doesn't matter as much. You know, like those of us with individual social media accounts still have to worry about that. But honestly, that's a risk that we have to be willing to take just to get our names out there. But being identified through our own personal social media accounts that's a level of risk that we take when we wow, I think I personally need to get back here and hide. Troll Castle Challenge says you called Mr. Executive Chair, good, sir, and also greetings, Mr. President. Greetings, Troll Castle Challenge. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. We were just discussing business stuff, like usage of social media, in order to, you know, help revitalize our ambassador program and, you know, and take the steps needed to get the TCC's name out there and actually have the scaffolding, the things that we're setting up to make the ambassador program real, actually means something beyond word of mouth, because word of mouth will only get you so far. That's pretty much the basic gist of the conversation. Mr. Jason was just saying that they have trusted you with their email for the purposes of social media currently. And I responded with, well, maybe we can make a burner email instead. That way, you know, several officials for the TCC can use it as needed. And it's way less likely that, it's way less likely that if the email gets found out that someone is getting doxxed. Because I know that's a huge concern, a valid concern to have. No one wants to get doxxed. That's a bad time. No one wants that. I don't either. But I don't know I don't know if burner emails can even be set up the same way in today's age with like digital ID. Maybe there's that gimmick of like. Maybe there's the gimmick where you could use like the Death Stranding picture to like bypass facial ID. I don't rightly know what the answer to that is. I'm gonna wait for this to time out. Possibly. I might not need to do that. Let's try. Okay, cool. And then all we have to do is something like that. Welcome on in, Natalie Chris. 00. I'll probably just call you Natalie Chris if that's all right. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to the a routing for a Deathless challenge run in Elden Ring Reforged. If and you don't mind my asking, how familiar are you with Elden Ring Reforged, or with challenge runs for the matter? I always like to get a good sense of where my audience is during with the stuff I'm doing on screen, because if not, it's a good conversation starter. You're very welcome, Natalie Chris. You're very welcome. Troll Castle Challenge says, yes, I've just checked the account and I can confirm that there is an email that is not the chair's personal email, but it does have the chair's actual birthday because, of course, you couldn't set an account for the TCC with its creation date because 2020 would not work for Google account. Right, because you would be 5. Troll Castle Challenge says the chair does not want his actual birthday shown to people. That's fair. That's totally fair. That's all. That can all be part of the discussion. That can go for that could go for like setting up a burner email if that's still possible in today's era. Natalie Chris asks, do I stream every day? Nope. I stream 6 days a week. I'm off Sundays. Pretty much at the same time slot every day, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we go for about 6 hours, so that would be 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 4 days out of the week, we're playing, or we're gearing up for the challenge run material. Friday is our backlog day. We play a Let's Play project on Fridays, and then Saturdays are our Let's Try days, where we try out a different game, or depending on what people vote for, a game we've tried before and that the audience really likes. Natalie Chris says, how would you rate this game? 10 out of 10. Easy. 10 out of 10. Would play again. Elden Ring Reforged is great. Elden Ring, I would say Elden Ring's like an 8 out of 10. And like the mod just makes it the cherry on top. Mwah, chef's kiss. How long have I been streaming? 10 years now? And with like a huge gap in between? Yeah, something like that. Troll Castle says the email is perfectly fine, Mr. President. I hear what you're saying, Troll Castle Challenge. My offer is simply, that if we make a burner, then that minimizes the risk. Even further than the current existing one right there. Plus, the burner means that TCC officials can use it because they won't risk flagging Mr. Jason's birthday or other things. Natalie Chris says, which is my favorite boss? Oh, that's a tough question. I would have a really tough time with that. I not mean to hit that one. It's fine. Out of all the ones I fought, maybe Renala. Yeah, Renala is like a pretty good example of the game is like medium, like the boss is medium amounts of difficult. It teaches you about the importance of killing ads and not just ignoring them. And the aesthetic is really awesome. Natalie Chris says your stream is really good. Thank you. And you're really good at the game too. I don't think I'm that good, but I'm honored that you think so. I'm sorry, Troll Castle Challenge says indeed. Mr. Executive Chair is very selective on giving out his birthday. Not even you, his trusted president, has been told to my knowledge. Nope. Not at all. Not at all. And I don't need to know it either. If he ever wants to share that, fine. But otherwise, not necessary. Our relationship is functional without that extra information. Natalie Chris says, how do you like the game story? The game story is all right. Elden Ring scratches a different itch for RPG games.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, was the 5-minute warning for commercial breaks that we take at the top of every hour. And I'll answer your question in a second, Natalie Chris. I have to get this out of the way. In about 4.5 minutes, there will be a timer on the screen that shows when the ad break starts and how long the ads are for. By the way, checked out your channel. Already looks really nice. If you ever add things like panels, emotes, or visuals, it could make the channel. Natalie Chris, I have a question then. Are you a graphic design artist by chance? Let's just cut to the chase. I was wondering when this sort of statement might pop out of the woodwork. Occasionally, and I've worked with quite a few streamers before. So I have some experience in this area. I also take commissions. No pressure at all. Would you like to see my portfolio? No, thank you. I make my own stuff. But provided you don't carry on this particular conversation any further, you're welcome to stay. Normally, I boot out graphic design artists that come in and proffer their services this way on stream. But if you show me you're a human being, you're allowed to stay. If you keep parroting on and on about your portfolio, I'm gonna go ahead and, strap on the steel toe and get to work. Troll Castle Channel. Oh, no, I already read that. Mr. Jason says, just 843 pounds and 99 pence left on my TV and 4 terabyte SSD now, good sir. Nice. That's awesome. Natalie Chris says, do you have Discord? Okay, you did not reply to my previous question, so at this point, there's only but one thing to do, and that is to, hide this user. Bye-bye. No, thank you. I do not appreciate people advertising their graphic design artist services or scams. I don't care which. The real artists that are out there advertise their or have a page for commissions. Mr. Jason says, if all goes well, I should have it paid off by January. Nice. Nice. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, this Rune Pete, look at this, guys. Look at this view. Just look at this view. Isn't this a glorious view? You're standing on top of a freaking tree. You're standing on top of a tree. How cool, or not on top, but like on top of the branches. That's like really cool. It's wonderful. I think I'll leave you guys with this view. We're okay as long as we stand here and don't move an inch. Yeah, man. Dead internet. It feels like half the people I bump into are bots, and the other half are all creators. Just kind of unfortunate. There's no you have to do something salacious to stand out from the people doing this as a hobby, unfortunately. What a day. And it's already been just about 4 hours, folks. Maybe a little bit less than that. God, how time flies when you're having fun. Mr. Jason says, I can tell you that I am not a bot, good sir. Beep, boop, beep, boop. For those of you that are concerned that Twitch might be thinking you're a bot, you're welcome to use any of our glorious blue check-ins.
Sex.
Like that when they all cost 1 point. Limit of 5. But we'll have to pick this up after the break. See you then. Sorry about that. Nature called and I had to answer. I hope we all had a wonderful little commercial break. And after looking at our wonderful chats, we have this lovely message. Engie Philosopher says, was DM today, was the typical scammer intro, but nothing definitive. Only common server was one that I hadn't been active on for a year, so I gave them one message to prove the opposite to me. They were really exasperated by that accusation since they just had a question. I told them to ask it. Do you accept offers from graphic artists somehow? They did not, in fact, prove they're not a scammer. Yeah, I know. Dead internet theory, right? And if it's whenever the dead internet theory is not in play, you have legitimate, honest to God scammers that take advantage of the fact that people can't tell anymore between real and fake. And the internet is just the Wild West. It's not regulated properly. I mean, even if you're looking at like the EU or like some of these other places with internet, it's not regulated either. Not really. Well, I shouldn't say it's not regulated. What I should say is it's not regulated enough. And especially with the advent of the AI, it has permanently poisoned our ability to tell real from fake. And so what do our human brains do? We just assume it's all fake. We do that as a way of like dampening the cognitive load that comes with trying to determine whether people are being honest with you or not. How do I know this? Because I am a spectral and I know what that mental cognitive load looks like. I know what it looks like. I do it every damn day in front of like people all the time, where you're constantly having to determine, oh, is this one of those neurotypical is this one of those neurotypical expressions I'm just supposed to know again? Is this person really asking an authentic question? Or are they just asking in order to get mad? Like, asking to get the permission to be mad at you. Or waiting for you to, you know, chime in with some response. So you're constantly having to tell, is this person being authentic? Are they being genuine? Or are they fake? And when you have to do that all the time, you just assume that people are not being authentic. Because that is way easier. Saves you time, and it saves you time, and it saves you heartache. Mr. Jason says, depending on the length of the name of that redeem, that should be called the Godfather's check-in, the Mr. Jason exclusive check-in that was requested by Mr. Rasby, that anyone in the chat is free to use. I do not think I am allowed at quite that level of name. Yeah, I'm not allowed that level of name. If I go and edit, I can't view the character limit from Firebot, but I'm pretty sure there's like a character limit of 100 or like 125 for like Twitch redeems. And to be honest, I don't know if you really want a name longer than, a name longer than that. You probably don't even want the 125 characters for that, if I'm being honest. Nope, death, because I tried to cheat, and I'm free to cheat. I should have just not done that. I tried to be cute and get on top of the little mound, but that's not real terrain. So guess what we're doing, you know, my lovely senators? It is time for us to like dash through all of these areas. Mr. Jason says, not discussing viewers because they are amazing in their own right. But in the channel, there's only one character that I truly appreciate. The Dapper. I probably have to kill this particular one. Let's just get ready for that. There we go. Yeah, we probably are just going to have to, like, drop down and be, like, so for real careful right now. Oh, yep. Death. I knew it. I should have just calmed down. I told you, I'm bad at running through places like this. Even if I turbo ran, right, like, the spray would still get me, and then I would run right into the next colossal, like, or giant oracle, and then that would be a problem. Honestly, it's a skissue, and I should die a bunch just to learn how to do that better, because that is a skill that is going to save me time, number one, and number two, it'll not drag the run quite as much. I should just learn how to do this. Let's go. Nope. Just go ahead and run. Okay, I am going to have to concentrate if I want to do this, however. Really? How? You know what? Maybe it's better I don't ask. Anky Philosopher says Thunderous Beast Charm and Galvanizing Perfume would be good for those running sections. I believe I have the Thunderous Beast Charm. What I'm afraid of is that if I use it, right, and let's say I damage an enemy, like, that might be a like an actual real run disqualifier right there. I'll try. And then I'll have to check for the Galvanizing Perfume in a hot second. Okay, this is how we would have gotten this right here. And then I think we just jumped down. All right. Galvanizing Perfume. Yes, we do have the we do have that. Oh, does that actually require, like, a press of the attack button? So, let's see. If I do this... No. I might have to wait for that effect to wear off. Let me read this. I need to read this again. Continuous dashing builds a lightning current, further increasing running speed. Oh, yeah, okay. It has to be the next running attack. Yeah, so it has to be like something. Yeah, I have to attack. So just don't attack. That might actually be really helpful. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir. While the Godfather's check-in, the Mr. Jason exclusive check-in that was requested, that was requested by Mr. Rasby, that anyone in the chat is free to use, is 133 characters long. not including the quotation marks. There's only one character that I truly appreciate, the dapper gentleman in the camera. I appreciate your flattery, good sir. Okay, might be okay now. Should be good to just jump down. Yeah, let's try to make sure I'm doing this the quote-unquote right way. Okay. Now we're back to not running, I think. All right. What do we... I believe we already have those, so it is just more HP. That's never a bad thing. What would I want after that? Stamina consumption? Probably. Yeah, stamina consumption seems like a fine one to, like, spend runes on. Quote, unquote. Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah. I just realized something. Because we changed the build, right? To not be arcane. Oh, this is why. Okay, never mind. Nope. Mind and endurance are great ones to stick with. Mr. Jason says, something made me, laugh, good sir. On the subreddit r/Breath of the Wild, there is a picture of Thunderblight Ganon, and the title says, "Be careful, Link. He's really dead." Someone must have got popped with low health while Urbosa was explaining that. Yeah, I'm not surprised that happened. What do I want here? Yeah, there might... I don't know about poison or scarlet. There might still be some scarlet rot. I don't know about this section that well. We're getting to the part where I have truly only played through these things once. Mr. Jason says, "Oh yeah, I've just remembered. Mr. Jason's weekend was not actually uneventful. I forgot that I had 2 amazing Chesley streams." Oh yeah? What was she streaming? You jump up here if you want to, Sir, Sir Misbegotten. I hate these things with an undying passion. They're not as bad as, like, the Royal Revenant, but they are bad. Oh, yeah, not actually uneventful. Hello. Yes, I see that you're right there. But no, I'm not letting you infect me with scarlet rot. Not today. Mr. Jason says Pokemon Emerald on... Nope. All right, I will wait for you to revise that sentence. Whatever that ended up being. I think you can head... Decisions. So many decisions. Bye-bye. They're not dead. That's right. I forgot about that. Mr. Jason says Pokemon Emerald on Saturday and $59.99 workout, the video game. That is quite the interesting game title, but what you actually mean is Pokemon Emerald, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD on Sunday. I mean, I guess if you're using the Joy-Cons, it certainly is a workout, right? Okay, I know that there is... That appears to be a... Winged Misbegotten. Alright. That should be easy enough to take out. I enjoy these lighter enemies that, you know, die to, that very much die to a single piece of like just having a spell pointed at them. Well, I hope she had fun with both of those. Mr. Jason says if Mr. Coin played his favorite game that he already owns, he wouldn't, for at least the duration of that game, need the gym membership. Quite literally. There's just one problem with that, in that and my Joy-Cons don't work all that well. You're right. I'm not sure I would want to flail my arms about all over camera where, you know, no one can, let me get that a little bit out of my face. And no one can tell. I would probably play with the controller mode enabled so that I can, not be flailing my arms 50 different directions. But that's just me. But as for not needing a gym membership, I don't know about that either. Even with the Joy-Cons. But oh, no. Yep, uh-huh. No, get away from them. What are you doing, Coin? Your boy is really about... I'm dead. I am dead. I'm dead. Yep. I should have just shut up. I should have shut up. Now I died. That's disgusting. That is bad performance. Bad gameplay. Or just awful. But it's not a surprise, is it? I wouldn't say so anyway. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD is definitely not a sitting down game. Yeah, I agree. It's not. At least with Joy-Cons. And that is true. You did point out specifically for the duration of the game. Again, provided that I used Joy-Cons. Yes. Nice. I'm gonna die again. Yep. I'm gonna die again. Absolutely. Stop rolling away from enemies, Coin. Elden Ring Reforged punishes that really, really hard. Run toward or roll toward them. Ugh, awful. Mr. Jason says, I think that for the Loft Wings, you still need motion controls. I'm pretty sure you don't. Because I've partially played through it myself. And I don't recall ever needing motion controls with the Pro Controller. With, like, the Pro Controller mode turned on. I can be wrong. Could be. I could investigate it again, you know, like, in my off time. Man. Alright, are we gonna die again to Mushroom Boys? Hopefully not. Oh, they drop down here, huh? I see. I will look at that in 1 second. Mr. Jason says, but hey, either way, it's considerably better than Wee Waggy. Is that the name you're giving to the Skyward Sword on the Wii? That is if that is slander. That is pure unadult. No, we waggle. Okay. Not waggle, not waggy. Yeah, the distorted speak did not help matters there. I legit thought that was an I. I should have read that a little bit more carefully. Oopsie, my bad. But still, if we waggle is the name of is the name for Skyward Sword, that is slander. Maybe it's nostalgia. Maybe it's nostalgia, but I quite enjoyed waggling my Wiimote to swing my sword. I enjoyed that, even if I knew it was just another way to press A. It was a fun way to press A. That is my dignity back. Mr. Jason says, that is something that needs context for sure. I enjoy waggling my Wii remote. I mean, it's true. But yes, I know what you mean. It's one of those...
Forefathers, one and all! Bear witness!
Bearing witness to...
sex.
Or even better... as soon as I can find it. One of those. Okay. Definitely don't go that way quite yet. Mr. Jason says that made Mr. Jason chuckle. Yes, if I had said that in front of my folks, or in front of my own sibling, yeah, they would have done what you just did. And they would have been like, my sibling in particular probably would have said, bro, wording? Like, come on now. You should know about these people. You don't, things that require context for like 500, Alex. Yes, I'm very keenly aware of that. But you know what? I am unapologetic about all of that because that is how I would have spoken it. And my honesty in that would just be the fact that I said that, I'm honest and would own that. Nice. Would probably just make people laugh out loud more than anything. That headbutt comes out so quick. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. It was just the order of the word. I enjoy waggling my Wii remote. Yeah, I can see how people might find that, saucy. Quote, it very, very, saucy. Let me see if I can't find the line. Let me find the line. Come on, I know it's right here. I know about the succubus one, but I need the other one. Here it is.
Time to get naughty.
Very naughty. It's got the same energy as that, okay? And I'm sorry if it does, but it could be worse. I could be making an innuendo in like when we're doing Super Mario Odyssey stuff. Mr. Jason says, speaking of sex, good sir, have you considered trading in your old tech for less at sex? I have considered trading my old tech in for less, but Alas, I cannot even afford the price of that. But I probably should put the full... I'm afraid the full snippet of that is just slightly too long for my purposes. Let me make sure I've got my applause tracks ready, or else the next thing you know, I'm gonna be saying one of these. You know,
What an odd person.
I'm gonna say something like that or have that button ready when it comes to a joke. And that is definitely not a round of applause. That is for certain. Now I know you can get on top of that. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Oh, 2 of them. Real gross. And then we can just spit out flame at, like, flaming hot gore at these people. Okay, good. There is a ladder, but I don't think that goes up top. I think that just goes to the building, if I am not mistaken. That just goes to the inside of the building. We would have to jump from the roof to make it up this, probably. If I remember right, I may very well not remember correctly. Okay, what am I in combat with? Oh, hello. Would you like to calm down? I didn't even think that is a whole new variety of misbegotten. I didn't even know those could exist. Well, now I know. Mr. Jason says, well, I have been absolutely treated for almost 4.5 hours. While I have already been absolutely treated for almost 4.5 hours, good sir, I'm having a treat right now. Scones with clotted cream and strawberry conserve. Strawberry conserve? Like strawberry preserve? Mr. Jason says conserve sounded fancier to Mr. Jason. Is this like a preserve or a compote? Because when I hear C words with strawberry, Mr. Jason says conserve is a fancier name for jam. Ah, I see. Okay, that makes some amount of sense. Well, now I know what that means. Oh my god, I got pushed. You guys don't have to be so pushy. Calm down. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Get all the way back. There we go. Oh, don't be shy, Coin. I don't intend to be shy. I just don't want to die. You're very welcome, Mr. Jason. I'm happy to have been of service. I'm happy to have been of service, good sir. And we've got another 1.5 hours left to go. Mr. Jason says, Coin is a poet and he didn't know it. Sometimes I am, but you're right. I generally don't know when I'm rhyming. I see what you mean. I am not shy. I just don't want to die. Yeah, I mean, but it's true. It's a true rhyme, even. All right. How did I... That's got it. There's no way jumping is the correct answer. Absolutely not. It has to be... Right? No, maybe it is. And, like, this is the way... No, I don't think that's it either. I think there's a rune piece on top of this, if I remember right. Okay, I need to look at that at the rooftop again, because if there's no reason for us to go up there, why would I? Mr. Jason says messages like that, which don't sound like that, should be a crime. Oh, man. Oh, no, right? That is definitely a chuckle and a half. All right. Is this... No, you wouldn't be able to make that jump. That's got to just be rooftop, right? I gotta get a better vantage point. Mr. Jason says, I have not seen the amazing Tarnished 219 today. I hope that Tarnished is doing okay. They're in school. If my intuition is not mistaken, they would probably have just gotten out of class right about now. Just without even being told, like, what grade or what else they're doing. But they said that the main part that would be free for them would be weekends. Sorry, gotta get it readjusted to my seat here. Okay, over there. That part's good. Okay, actually there appears to be nothing over there. So I actually think we might be okay. Yeah, okay. I think we're on the right track so far. Mr. Jason says some U.S. schools go back in August. Some go back in, like, the last week of July. And then in the UK, good sir, some people have off until the 4th or 5th of September. Yeah, but you guys go back even... Or you guys don't get out until... Like, what? If we get out in May, you guys must not get out until, like, June, right? That way you're in school for about the same 9 months. Well, I guess that's not really a requirement either, but most countries I know of are in school, you know, for 9 to 10 months out of the year. Like, they have their kids in school for about that long. Mr. Jason says July. Yeah, well, there you go. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, one of my proudest achievements here is getting to meet the angry philosopher that fateful day. We're good to continue. We don't need to like reset our flasks like at all here. Are you serious? I guess so. And that, like, one simple clip ought to be enough. Never mind. All right, I guess we're doing things the hard way. Fine. Oh, they're poisoned, but that's not going to be enough. Yeah, I don't know what they're trying to summon, but I'm not going to let them. Maybe albinoric archers? I mean, it's anyone's guess as to what they're going to be summoning, but I'm not going to let them. I'm not going to get ambushed by that. Crystallians? Oh, thank you for the update or the clarification on that. Yeah, we probably definitely don't want to deal with those because those Crystallians are probably, they're probably the rotten variety if I had to guess. And those suck. Like bunches. Suck huge amounts. Neat. I love clipping ants with like random beams. Now the part I don't know is where that other ant got to. There were 3 up there. Oh, up there. Well, there you go. There we go. All right, Sir Ant. Get out of here. Angie Philosopher says, did you do Putrid Crystallian Trio in Dragon Barrel already? I believe so. Just gotta be sure I'm not dying to random enemy. Yeah, sure did. I hate them with a fiery passion. But yeah, assuming we're talking about the ones in the Celia Hideaway, yeah. Mr. Jason says, but yes, it was nice to meet anyone and everyone here. Oh my god. Are you serious? Nobody answer that. Get out of here. Frickin' freak. I think I know why I'm being attacked now. Don't you raise your hands up at me. Get out of here with that. Mr. Jason says, since you're here in the end game, Mr. Coin, they're really upping the ante here. You damn right. Angie Philosopher says, damn, literally how? Suffering. Luck is probably the answer. You know what, Angie Philosopher? Fair enough. I spat wretched hot blood at him. So you're right. I'm the actual real freak. Sorry. That was my reflexive word for people that annoy me. And disgust me. That being these mushroom corpses here. But to answer your previous statement of damn, literally how. I remember summoning. I remember summoning a tanky spirit. Oh, right. I remember what I did. I summoned Battle Mage Hughes. I marked the staff-carrying Crystallian, and I like focused him down with as much fervor as I possibly could. And then after that, you know, I believe around that point, Battle Mage Hughes died, and I was left to combat the Chakram and Spear user myself. But at that point, I literally played defense. Mr. Jason says, and according to Twitch terms of service, with what I have said to my good friend Saremu, the moderators are always right. And as much as you are my mod, Mr. Jason, you've chosen to side with Angie Philosopher here. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. I should not use such pointed language to describe simple creatures whose only job, whose only crime was, you know, living here. You're right. You know, a word said in reflex can sometimes later become a slur. And the boundary between people being upset and people being degrading and dehumanizing is more narrow than you might think. Mr. Jason says, after all, good sir, as a troll creator, I'm 100% right 99.9% of the time. You right. So as a mod in general, I'm even more right. Yes, that would be more like 99.999 or like 9 repeating. I get what you're going for there. I was about to say, is that a rune piece? But no, that's literally just lighting doing that. Okay, I traversed that rooftop for nothing, but that's fine. Mr. Jason says, I hear something. Hold on, I hear something. I know that is a spirit collar snail, and I do not know. Oh, hello. I think yes, I actually need to attack you. All right, come, enemy of the never mind. Oh. Okay, these are just regular Crystallians. They're not the rotten versions like I thought they might be. Yeah, Angie Philosopher, I am keenly aware, but I do need the Codex entry, so that's why I'm stopping to kill... I'm stopping to kill this particular one. Otherwise, I would just ignore him. Wow, these guys really do be having the Morgott level delay there, and I know that there's another one. Okay, that snail is back there. Oh, you just jumped in here. Actually, could use that to my advantage. All right, run here. Run. All right. Drop a rain of fire and then play defense. All right, run. Rain of fire should do the rest. There we go. I already had this spirit at. Oh, no, right. I marked the first one is what we did. Okay. Oh, that wasn't stressful at all. It was only a little stressful. It was only a little stressful. I totally was not afraid that I was gonna fall and die. Oh, I see. We're in one of those kinds of situations, are we? Dude, that's a couple of them. Let's see. Yeah, Rain of Fire on this one will serve our interests just nicely. Don't even think about it. Perish!
You have perished.
Was what I got to say to all these, you know, mycoid minions, as it were. Mycoid minions. That's a good one. I'm quite pleased with myself. Mycoid minions. Sorry. That's I'm crowing a bit too much at that. Oh my god. How on earth are we supposed to get that? We have to jump that, right? Yeah, there's no shot that we get that some other way. And trying to jump that is trying to make that jump is delusion. A delusion I'm not going to participate in. Absolutely not. You have to go around the tree, if I recall. Yeah, that seems more correct. Wait. Oh, that was... Yeah, those are just corpses. I thought one had maybe been like a rot disciple or something, but no, that's not the case. Mr. Jason says... You see, good sir, I have some genuinely interesting conversations with streamers. There is one where I can't remember their name, but their VTuber has an animation where they go all evil spirit-like with red eyes, and I said, I like that. But it's not more evil than a Super Mario Maker 2 troll level creator. And then they politely debated with me. But then I said, if you feel like you are equal to or better than a troll creator, you're welcome to take on my levels. And then they politely declined my offer, so I won by default. Ah, yes, the thing that I do. It's not that I don't like SMM2. It's more so that trolls and I do not get along in that well. So I am more than happy to, you know, let you win, quote unquote. Besides, I much rather hear about how you know, how other people have their screws twisted by those sorts of trolls. That's way more entertaining. Mr. Jason says, indeed, but I respect them. They valued their sanity. As do I. Yes, I value my sanity lots. Okay. I thought that was maybe like a cubby hole, but it is not. Ah, Viridian Amber Medallion +2. That's great. Okay. And I hear something that is like a scarab. Like one of those
You hear that
cerulean
off in the distance, my
scarabs.
senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
My God, would you guys look at the time? I barely even noticed the time. Barely even noticed the time. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me so far. I really greatly appreciate your company. And of course, you guys being here is truly enough for me. That said, we do take that all-important ad break at the top of every hour. This will be the last one for the day, in fact. In about 4.5 or so minutes, there will be a timer on the screen that will indicate how long the break lasts. During that time, ads play, and so if you don't have an ad blocker, or you don't have Twitch Turbo or something along those lines, I don't. I highly encourage you guys to get up and take a stretch break with me. That way, we don't have to look at those ads. I hate being advertised to. I'll sit through it for a content creator, but I will not sit through just any old advertisement under the sun for anyone. So, you know, walking away for a few minutes will A, stretch your legs, and B, keep you from having to look at that stuff. But don't let me be the keeper of your time. Spend it however you wish. Once that time is over, I will have returned, the ads will have stopped, and we'll pick right back up where we left off. It truly just is that simple. Mr. Jason says, if something evil happens in video games, any video games, it was prophesized by the troll creator. Mr. Jason says, someone, Mr. Coin, questioned me and said, but wouldn't troll creators just be against each other? I said no, for we just share our levels with each other for fun. Well, I get what they're trying to say. The part of the debate of that would be the reason that evil is necessarily loses to good, because in the end, evil is disorganized. Whereas people fighting for the side of good can generally, once they're organized, win. But what happens when the people on the side of good infight with each other while, you know, those who are evil, quote unquote, are all unified? Well, the result would look very different, wouldn't it? It would look very different. I mean, just look at Diablo 3. Diablo 3 was literally a case example of this. Mr. Jason says, too true, good sir. But I'm a troll creator with the TCC. Super organized. I know, good sir. I know. Yes, that you are very organized. Is that just a carbon copy of... It is, but... It is... And it has rotten on it. Maybe even too organized. Yeah, but you guys are only, you know, concentrated on making the trolls insidious. You're still regular human beings at the end of the day. Most of what I refer to is the, you know, the more generalized concept of, you know, fighting evil, period. Quote unquote. I thought I heard something. I think I'm going in a circle. Pretty sure I'm going in a circle. Oh, I'm willing to bet that the scarab is like in there. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I will sit right here and we will come back to this after our commercial break. Mr. Jason says, plus, good sir, fighting a troll creator is just like battling a hydra. If you cut off one head, several will replace it. Fair enough. Fair enough. I suppose if you wanted to kill a hydra, you have to like burn it. Even if you cut off a head, you'd have to burn it with acid. The only way to win is for the hydra to have no lair, to have no place where it could stay, and to be in a habitat not of its own choosing. That is how you would have to defeat a hydra, quote unquote, with generating heads like that. Mr. Jason says that even if you beat all 95 of my levels, you don't truly win. Too true. I'll see you guys after the break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I trust we all had at the very least, uneventful or smooth commercial break. At least I sure hope so. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin, good sir. Thank you, thank you. Thank you kindly. Leave the rest of all of our lovely chats are well and truly secured. Okay. Let's find a way forward, shall we? I gotta be so careful right now. Yeah, see, if I just go for this guy, I'll have missed the other guys in this room. So... So instead, you just kind of spit hot blood that passes through walls, and, well, the rest is well and truly covered. Is that easy? Easy every time. And then this guy... Just like that. All right, is that... Yeah, okay, that's just a cerulean bug, or cerulean scarab. It's not a bug coin, it's a scarab, which I will actually be more than happy to make use of. Look, it's not my fault you're too stupid to go around. There's literally an archway that you could pursue me with, but whatever. They don't like winning anyway. Oh, there was literally a rune piece right there. Mr. Jason says, if I didn't believe the saying, time flies when you're having fun, good sir, I would absolutely believe the saying over a year now ago when I followed you. Oh, yeah? Oh, this was an open archway. I'm really surprised they, didn't pathfind around. They just decided to keep walking into this corner. I'll take it, though. I'll take useful AI behavior for 500, Alex. Please and thank you. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm happy you're having fun, good sir. I realize this isn't the most entertaining content in the world. I thought that would have been Mega Bonk, if I'm being honest. And I do think people had fun with Mega Bonk, but I don't think people were necessarily looking for that sort of stream environment. I don't think so. Or at the very least, I think a lot of the excitement died off after like a few hours when everyone's dopamine was, well, already spiked. I enjoyed Mega Bonk. I love playing it in my off time. Don't worry, I have a stream file already set up for that. I have it tucked away. I have it tucked away and ready to put back in if we ever want to see Mega Bonk again, but so far, I believe everyone is just voting to see more Stardew instead, which is totally fine by me. I don't mind that people want to see Stardew. I might make it Stardew Valley Saturday. Are you gonna come up here? Well, uh-oh. No, that is the wrong one. How? Wow, that is a huge explosion. All right, I guess if you want to do that, then... Oh my god, you are a filthy cheater! Cheater! Yuck! Gross! Mr. Jason says, I'll be honest, good sir. Mega Bonk seemed okay, but I was mostly focused on the amazing view in the bottom right corner. That's fair. That's fair. Mr. Jason says, oh my, yes, please, perfect. Koopa free running Friday and Stardew Valley Saturday. I mean, if the votes keep shaking out that way, then of course I'm going to like... People clearly like Stardew Valley. I should just play that. Okay, you silly mage. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you literally gonna come around here to try to kill me? I don't know, but I'm not sure I want to wait to find out. Hello? Mr. Jason says, I agree, good sir. I do like Mineral Town. You're right, good sir. Fine, let's go. If his hand sticks through that wall, it will absolutely get me. I do not want that. All right. Well, that was a right mess. I forgot that there were Haima mages at the bottom, like Haima, like battle mages at the bottom of this spot. But, well, I mean, here we are. Mr. Jason says, imagine Elden Ring, but walls actually fulfill their purpose and block attacks. I could tell you that the game would be a lot harder if nothing passed through walls / nothing was allowed to like deal with collision, right? Or like in some cases, right, like I could make an argument for this should be allowed to pass through the wall because there's a hole in there. I could just spit through that hole. Things that definitely require context, by the way. I could just spit through this opening, I should say. And it's fine. It's perfectly fine. The enemy should not be able to do an overhead smash and, like, in turn, avoid the wall collision. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir, but you were spitting through the slab in the middle. Exactly. Exactly. So it's like, if you get super technical, I'm still spitting at an angle where the spit should be, quote unquote, blocked by the wall. So, I mean, what am I accomplishing, really? Nothing, right? But that's just, like I said before, and I'll be happy to say again, this is kind of just the core, it's one of those, it's just a core feature of, like, every FromSoft game. Collision is not 100%. That doesn't mean it's wrong, but it means the game was designed around the lack of collision in some cases. Plus, I mean, whips would be way worse. Okay, and then we're back up here. All right. How do we get up to that part of the tree then? Do you gotta jump? Do you literally have to jump that section? I also need to know if there's anything under here. No, there is not. I imagine if I jump through there, I'm dead. So let's not do that. Yeah, because you can't, like... You can get out on top of these roots, but there's no, like, ladder up. Sorry, I'm, like, really trying to concentrate on this rune piece. I don't want to skip it if I don't have to. I feel like you can just jump. Mr. Jason says, coin stamp. I also need to know if there's anything under here. Coin stamp. Death! And then coin stamp again. Nice. Yeah, that's just kind of my deadpan talking style. I speak in a lot of incomplete sentences. Okay, you can just jump that. Cool. That is what I wanted to know. And that means... Oh, no. It's not just hopping on top of mushroom shelves. Mr. Jason says, according to you, good sir, nuclear weapons. Nice. Yeah, I love nuclear Armageddon being threatened. Don't you? I think it's great when nations threaten to attack each other using nuclear weapons. I hate this timeline. Oh no. Yep, we have to jump this, don't we? We did unlock the shortcut, so, you know, I'm gonna make some hard runes, quote unquote, and let's jump and see what we find. There is no shot that this is what we have to do. There is no chance that this is what we have to do. Or maybe it is. This feels like a rune piece that you skip. I'm being real honest. Mr. Jason says, I can't remember the clip, but I am 100% sure that the good sir, Mr. Rasby, has it saved. Probably. I feel like you should be able to search through clips and, like, find it. This might be a great time to see how that works, especially if one is on mobile. I need to know. Ugh, sorry, guys. I woke up earlier than I wanted, so I got much less sleep than I wanted. Yeah, so you can, like, if it like, you can filter the clips to all time. This might be a little bit different on website, but you could just sort by clips of my channel, and then go from there. Mr. Jason says, I do genuinely like that, Go Good Sir. With you and finishing sentences, you make for some really funny and interesting content. I know. I know. It's all intentional. It's all by design. Every word carefully planned and carefully constructed for maximum memeage. Oh, I'm gonna have to kill you every time, aren't I? Maybe not if I do this. Yeah, I'm gonna write that off as a rune piece we skip. That's fine. All right, let's go down here. Are you guys ready for boss time? This is Loretta Part 2, Knight of the Halig Tree. And she's not gonna be a spirit version. She's gonna be the real version. And she's gonna have a nastier Loretta's, like Loretta's mastery sorcery at play here. Mr. Jason says, when you go live, Mr. Jason is like, Mr. Coin is live. Nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, it is boss time, my lovely senators, praetors, and inductees. And that means it is time for me to lock the heck up and focus. I will be... Hopefully this won't take me too long, but we'll have to see. See everyone on the other side. What? Gotcha. Well, no deaths to the real boss. I'll take it. I'll take it in stride. Oh boy. Are we ready for trip into madness? I'm ready for trip into madness. We got part 2. Mr. Jason says, unless I've completely missed her when I was away on the occasion that I am or was doing the dishes, good sir, in the splits, I didn't notice Melania in your run. No, she's here. She's literally this current split. But we have not yet gotten to her, no. We've still got a long way to go. We got all the rest of this Hallig tree to wrap our way around before we can even think about that. We got a long time. We're probably not even going to get that close to her. I would say we might get midway. Midway is probably a pretty good indicator. Maybe even not quite midway. Just because the actual pathways required toward like the lower parts of the Hallig tree are abysmally hard. Oh my god, the setups are ugh. Could not be me. Could not be me at all. But I mean, hey, you know, maybe I'll surprise myself, and maybe I'll surprise all of you, and we might get closer than you know, than I think we will. It's going to kind of depend on, you know, whether or not whether or not we, you know, make distractions for ourselves, or I manage to find a way to waste time. That said, what I believe I'm going to do is we actually can level up. So I'm going to return to the table of Lost Grace, and we're going to do that. And go from there. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, with Melania being called Melania, Blade of Mikola, I always originally thought that she was Mikola's blade. Like, spoiler redacted was the blade of spoiler redacted at the end of The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. Yeah. No, well, I get what you mean, but definitely more of the I am Mikola's most trusted warrior. I will fight for him when there's no one else left. And if you know the lore of Melania and Mikola, it makes sense. I will endeavor to not... Well, I don't know. This is a challenge run. I guess I can... Or like a routing for one challenge run. I guess I could probably say it. Melania and Mikola are siblings. They are twins. They are brother and sister. So one going to bat for the other, I believe, makes some amount of sense to me. They're very almost undyingly loyal to each other. Or at least, that's how it was supposed to be. I couldn't actually tell you if that continues to be the case, because I know certain things about the Oh my god, spoilers, Mr. Coin. I know. Sorry. Sorry. Yes, definitely spoilers. Definitely humongo spoilers, but I mean, this was not the one of the reasons I'm doing this routing so you guys can see the story, because once the routing is over, we won't be going through the story again. I'm just gonna start skipping. I'm gonna skip input. A lot of things will not make all that much sense to you. I want to be able to answer those questions. Because I probably won't want to do that in the future. Yes, Mr. Jason, good news. What good news, Mr. Jason? I will just... don't need any of these. This is probably a good time to, like, clean up weapons we don't need. Keep one of those. Keep that. Because I want to fiddle around with it a little bit. Don't need the axe. Now, no, this is the colossal. We don't need that. Alpenoric bow. Yeah, we don't need that. There's certain things I feel like I want to fiddle with, but I think for the most part, I'm going to find that a lot of these items are probably not even worth fiddling with. Mr. Jason says, there's going to be a special anniversary live stream at some point by Marvelous Games for the 30th anniversary of Story of Seasons and the 20th anniversary of Rune Factory. Mr. Jason loves the Story of Seasons on the 24th of August, good sir. Oh. Well, I hope that is a live stream that you're able to attend, good sir. It's a good one. Now we'll get rid of the mirror shield. We could probably clean this up a little bit. Is there anything with like high immunity? We may even already... Yeah, we may actually even already have that. Yeah, this has like really high resistance to rot. So thinking about this has like 40... $48. Yeah, so I think I could probably get rid of everything but like Hoslow's gauntlets or Hoslow's set and like the vulgar, like just everything besides that. The rest is probably we're okay to remove. Yeah, because this had... Well, this has concentration, but so does this. I might not care enough about those particular things. Might be the correct answer. I don't know. Yeah, actually, the Mad Albric's set is probably one I don't want to get rid of if I don't need to. And the Traveling Maiden gloves. Okay, I figured out what I'm keeping and what I'm getting rid of. Increases all attack power while invisible. I don't need that set at all. Don't need that. Don't need any of this either. Fingerprint armor. Yeah, I don't really care about that either, because this has low madness resistance. Oh, I even started at chests instead of helmets. That is super my bad. And then here... So we had like Albrecht had a hat, if I recall correctly. Or a hood. I think I might have sold that. I will keep the noble's hood for... Well, actually, no, I don't even need to. Envoy horn skills. I might keep... I legit don't know. There are some things I want to keep for trudging through environments is what I'm trying to grasp at here. Maidenhood, that might be okay. I might want to keep this as like a way to... Oh, actually, that one would have... Yeah. Oh, well. Oof. Oh, yeah, no, this one... Oh, but this one weighs less. Yeah, that's some kind of consideration. That one weighs less. This one has weaker defenses. Yeah, okay. I know which one of these I'm keeping. And then just make sure I know the rest of what I'm getting rid of. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, in the UK and Europe, Marvelous Games distributes Story of Seasons at Rude Factory, but they trust another company to do it in the United States of America. Oh, yeah? And this other company does exceed in what they do. Yeah, that's like a publisher, right? Yeah. Otherwise, it wouldn't be available here in the States. You know, not even on Steam. I suppose you could, I mean, on Steam, right? Like, you could just localize for American English, and then that should probably cover it. And a pun, good sir. Yeah, too true. Projectiles when wielding medium bows. Oh, there's even a set specifically for, and that's the name, Exceed. Yeah, I figured that was called Exceed. I just didn't parse that you had made a pun right there. That's all. Keep this for like robustness. Just keep it up. The manchettes we could get. Oh, yeah, the manchettes were... No, these are like the white masks set. Oh, actually, yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that. We could just keep the manchettes and the maiden and gloves for the other stuff. All right, we're good to go here. Sorry if I'm not being extra chatty. I am trying to concentrate to make sure I don't miss any of... I'll keep a copy of this, sure. I'm making sure I don't, like, accidentally sell something I need, you know, outside of that helmet. And then we've got Albrecht's trousers for that. And my trouser, these pair of trousers work for that stuff. Okay. Mr. Jason says, well, that company does exceed in what they do, good sir. The one in the UK and Europe are equally marvelous. Too true. Too true that they are. Probably don't need that. Fingerprint. This whole row. All right, that I believe will do it. That is all of them, and I believe that might be enough for 2 levels exactly. Yeah, 2 levels exactly. Mr. Jason says, I do just wish that they would have a marvelous UK, good sir. After all, Nintendo of Europe and Nintendo UK exist. Yeah, but I think the days of having like different branches for that sort of thing may perhaps be behind us, because most game companies that are making games right now are just not, they're not at that scale that they would have branch offices. It's not like Ubisoft or Nintendo, where they're allowed regional branches. Okay, we already have all that. And then...
Greet, are you here for...
Yes, I am. Yeah, we don't have any 8s, which is kind of a big problem. Oh, but I do have this. Sure, well, I'll upgrade the Mimic tier. That's fine. And yeah, I think we're probably okay here. All right, let's level up. Convert this back into hard runes because I made too many. I popped too many. And then we will go start marching toward Melania. Actually, probably finally. Oh, do I farm 35k? Maybe there's something I can sell. Maybe there's something I could sell to do that. Hold on. Yeah, maybe these smithing stones will probably help us get there. We have enough for one more level up. Okay. With 5 points, yeah, at least 2 of the final 5 need to go in int and faith to get it up to 60 while without any like stat enhancing gear, and then after that I think the rest can probably I'll probably like put a point in either those 3 points are going to go into Dex or they're going to go into like Mind, and I'm not sure which I want to do yet. Yeah, back at the promenade. Oh man. All right, what can we get done in 20 minutes, roughly? Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. I'm just a little concerned because while the UK is geographically in Europe and we share ideals, the fact of the matter, good sir, is that we're all Brits first and foremost, and passing our discussion back to our discussion with American English, with companies just having a European branch that covers the UK, it risks making the UK irrelevant. That's my worry, good sir. Don't worry about that, Mr. Jason. I get the feeling with the way that the tides are shifting for the States, I think just by virtue of the UK doing absolutely nothing, except staying the course and being good shepherds of their people, I think your country will become more relevant again real soon. Whereas... I'm gonna be in a decaying... I'm in a decaying country with its food plagued by recalls, with its officials not being accountable to us, with wars started for no reason over absolutely nothing. and, you know, perpetuating the greatest menace to geopolitics that I think the world is really being forced to reckon with right now. And I will leave it at that. Mr. Jason says, move over, Luigi. The UK wins by doing absolutely nothing. You darn right. Mr. Jason says, if I was a multimillionaire, good sir, I'd get you and your family out of there. After all, money sadly talks. And get you a velvetizer. I appreciate that, good sir, but that is why I'm trying to hustle like no one's business. I take advantage of the stuff I can take advantage of here in the States, and then move out where I can finally be free. I can finally be free. Because right now I feel like I am trapped. I have the illusion of being free. I have the illusion of being free. But if I say something wrong, I'll get sued. If I act against the government, well, game over. If I get crushed by debt, then I'm just as not free as well. Mr. Jason says, indeed, you could be free in the UK, provided that you don't utter any hurty words on the internet. I would have a problem with that. Not because I would utter racist things online, but I have little tolerance for traitors and tyrants. I think they belong on the gallows. And one of the things I can utterly say in, you know, the land of the enslaved is I can at least say that. Hello, Melania. Or, I'm sorry, Millicent. I figured that issue's overblown. That news outlets just like to make it worse than it actually is.
Again we meet. I can only surmise our purposes are aligned. In which case, allow me to explain myself. I am of Melania's blood, but in what capacity I know not. I could be sister, daughter, or an offshoot. Whatever the case, though, I am certain of a kinship between us. There is something I must return to Melania. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self. That allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot. The pride she abandoned. To meet Radan's measure. There is something I must return to Melania. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self. That
You just gonna say that? Yeah, you just gonna say that.
the dignity.
Okay. I believe now that we've had this little talk with Melania, or I'm sorry, with Millicent, Melania would be, or actually both these ladies would be turning over in their graves. If they heard me mixing up their names, I would probably die on the spot. Mr. Jason says the real case of that happening is when someone incited violence. Was when someone incited violence over the internet. Now that is something that police need to investigate. Yeah, you won't catch any argument from me. The only argument you might catch is which words were the incitement, or to what degree should they be considered an incitement. After all, good sir, after 14 years of conservatives, the police don't really have the resources or budget to knock on everyone's doors. True, although I would pay attention, Mr. Jason. I know I'm not telling you something you don't already know, so please don't take... Well, I shouldn't say that either. I hope you don't take it as a lecture from someone in the States. But as someone who has witnessed my country elect the bad emperor, let me tell you, not only Reform UK is one thing. Nigel Farage is just a complete loon. A complete loon. He's a sellout. He's a snake oil salesman. I know his type. It's Restore Britain. That's a bigger concern. Way bigger concern. That one, I know, has gained huge traction in the UK. Tons of reactionaries are in Restore Britain. Note the difference. Reform UK at least attempts to keep the veneer of the modern day. Restore Britain is like, yeah, we're going back to the old times. Those are your reactionaries. If you are not voting, you should absolutely be voting them out, making sure they can't win another seat. Because let me tell you, if Restore Britain gets in power, you guys will have our version of the bad. You guys will have your version of our bad emperor, guaranteed.
Welcome. Oh, Millicent. Finding herself, is she? The words of a true innocent, the dear girl. Well, perhaps this is just as it should be. Little Millicent following in the steps of her mother, no matter what. This is their fate, after all. Do you...
Mr. Jason said, thank you for the ban on that. That was strange. That was a strange Discord request. Mr. Jason says, I agree, good sir. Yeah, I don't know if the rest of your folks are paying attention, but they should be too. Restore Britain is scary. I'm sure Australia has its own version, and most of the countries in the West have their own version of that. I'm telling you, if those countries get together and win, not only will there be all-out war, because that was the exact reason that Europe and like the UK for a while banded together, was specifically to avoid all the infighting with each other. That was one of the major reasons, because you just can't replace or get rid of thousands of years of bad blood. That's just, you can modernize it, you can attempt to like talk your way through it, but you're going to have some issues with trying to talk out the more deep-seated phobias.
There is something the will, the dignity.
But that's me. And then if for whatever reason that does happen, I actually have nowhere to run. All the planning that I would have done to run would be pointless. And I'll be stuck. Oh, hello, boys. Have you come to hear the words of your Lord and Savior? You know, the burned fingers? Wait, are these guys bombing themselves just to try to kill me? I believe they are. Holy heck. Yeah, let's not do... Oh my goodness. Yeah, let's not enable that more than we have to. Holy heck in a handbasket. Brutal. Wow, I can't believe Melania drove her soldiers to this. I remember this now. Oof. People were warned in the tags that there might be some dark subject matter. We have hit that subject matter now. Mr. Jason says, well, I wholly agree about said party, good sir. And while it is not guaranteed, good sir, we have a number of different protections in the UK than the US. For example, as you've seen, the UK Prime Minister can be booted out at any point. And most of the parties are too busy infighting and one-upping other parties. That's fair. Yeah, I agree. However, you live in the UK, so you can tell me. Do you guys have what would be known in the business as coalition building. Is that something that exists in UK government? Like the idea that multiple parties kind of need to kind of join together and form some sort of agenda over how things work. Maybe not in complete totality, or not like Germany, right? But you guys do have multiple parties, and so if you're wanting to get bills passed, you need some kind of consensus. Mr. Jason says, yes, we have coalitions, but then they also don't agree. I see. Imagine a nightmare scenario where they all agree. What happens when when collections of people opt not to do their jobs? Like they're all gaming for the same thing, even if they all have to go about it in slightly different ways. It doesn't much matter as long as at least one of the coalition gets their goal. Yeah, I agree with you. Your parties do seem to be busy trying to outperform each other. That's fine. You want them jockeying against each other because then they can't be organized. My concern with coalitions, and part of why I don't particularly like them, is, and this is part of, as an American, I still kind of believe in some of the wisdoms of our founding fathers. No matter what anyone thinks of them, they did have some wisdom to share. In systems like that, where you have coalitions, if all the coalitions agree and what they all agree on is deleterious for society, you really just have a tyranny of the majority. And, like, it's not any better. Like, certainly, it looks better from my side of the pond right now, but tyranny of the masses is just as bad. It's just as bad. The issue that people have, the issue that a lot of conservatives, I am not a conservative, but I could kind of see where they're coming from. Uh-oh. I will answer that in a second. I've even heard this expressed online, so I'm not just, like, uttering nonsense. Some people kind of also think that if all the coalitions just agree and what they agree on is bad, then what you just have is tyranny. You have nothing else. I see you over there, Sir Knight. Mr. Jason says, the last time we had a coalition, good sir, was conservatives and liberal Democrats from 2010 to 2015 and barely got anything done. Yeah, and that was 11 to 16 years ago. Yeah, I'm keenly aware. I'm not really saying it's going to happen. I don't think you have anything to worry about. But that would be a fear running through my mind as someone who has seen what bipartisanship looks like. You would ideally you would say, oh, isn't bipartisanship a good thing? Not for things like COSA or, you know, PIPA or things like copyright. I promise you it's not. Like, it's really not. And people agreed to that. That's probably the worst part. People agreed to that without any consultation from, like, the masses. And I can't imagine that your government officials ran their AI or age verification nonsense through you. They probably didn't do that. They didn't run it through the people. They just rammed it through. With multiple people playing defense for that. Mr. Jason says, after all, good sir, most governments in the UK, good sir, do generally good things. I I would agree with that. I don't have really any evidence to fight that with. But when they try to reform benefits or pensions, backbench MPs go into an uproar. Yep, that sounds like Medicare, Medicaid. That sounds exactly like Medicare and Medicaid, except, you know, the issue is retirement with pensions, whereas, well, actually, I don't know. Don't pensions typically include medical coverage? Or is that just run through you know, state care, quote unquote? Sorry for all this political talk. I know that's not necessarily something that people want to hear, but this American is enjoying learning about other systems right now. It could be worth getting to know them. Especially when I go to pick a place to flee. Oh, hello. Mr. Jason says, so no government will touch it? And if they do, no matter what party, they soon do a U-turn. Yeah, that's exactly like Medicare, Medicaid. The only reason ours got gutted was because, you know, Space Dweeb got a hold of it and called it a scam. And so when he was put in charge, what did he do? Gut the programs. And then others finished the rest. But prior to that, most conservatives in the states argued against Medicare, Medicaid, but they didn't outright call it a Ponzi scheme. That was something only a degenerate rich freak like Space Dweeb could say. And if you know who I'm talking about, you know. Mr. Jason says, and some UK organizations or people track how many U-turns that a PM has done. Yeah, especially if they, I imagine, especially if they like, promise that they're going to reform, pensions, right? Yeah, I could definitely imagine that being the case. I'm not letting you explode on me, Halleck Treefoot Soldier. That is not happening. But I do think we will have to call that here. Unfortunately, I got too many administrative things to do today, or else I would raid out. I would absolutely do that. But just to kind of close the conversation that we're having right here, yeah, this sounds exactly like Medicare, Medicaid prior to Space Dweeb, which was not even conservatives would touch it because people depend on the entitlements to live. Mr. Jason says, in the UK, in politics, Bodie McBoatface is a famous name chosen by the public in a 2016 UK Natural Environment Research Council poll for a new polar research ship. Officials vetoed the name for the main vessel. Yeah, it's a funny name. That is a name. Was that a joke, though? I feel like I'm a little bit dense, and if this is a joke, I'm certainly not getting it. Or I get it, but like, Mr. Jason says, Bodie McBoatface. Truly British. Mr. Jason then says, no. Okay, cool. I'm glad that my detection systems are somewhat working. It is not a joke. But as usual, you guys have been amazing. Awesome. I hope we get to Melania tomorrow, because that is what we will be working on all week. Melania is the most difficult boss in all of Elden Ring, never mind Reforged, where she's more tame, but it's even worse. in some respects. RNG. Oh, sure. We can look at this. From Bodie McBoatface to... Oh, boy. Fine. I will allow the cookies. To Sir David Attenborough. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. Bodie McBoatface. That's incredible. And then there's a submarine with that name. That's awesome. Bodie McBoatface, and it's not a boat. Priceless. But yeah, I've got lots of administrative things to do today. The tier of British humor. It's so on the nose too. It's so on the nose. We'll be back tomorrow. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do, and if not, please do consider joining my Discord server. Don't forget, you know, for those that are a bit more regular here, I do have a current poll running for the Let's Try this week. So if you guys want to see, you know, more Mega Bonk or more Stardew Valley or something else, you know, feel free to come into the Discord and vote. I will put that in the YouTube chat right now. Thank you for the assist, good sir, as always. Yeah, feel free to join my Discord. We're getting to be a tiny bit more chatty in there. A tiny bit more chatty in there. We mainly post pictures. I release thumbnails to you guys, that sort of thing. And of course, most of your subscription benefits are Discord derived. So please do consider joining. I'd love to have you. Otherwise, guys, my name is Coinstamp. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only. Please do take care of yourselves, especially if I don't get to see you again. Stay safe out there. I'll see you guys in the next one. You're welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, farewell and goodbye.